2022, as well as the first, second, and third quarters of 2023, as can be seen on the screen. May I ask counsel for the respondent?
We confirm that, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Likewise, Your Honor, this Honorable Court presiding officer will recall that in the hearing last Wednesday, several stipulations were made by both parties, and in fact, upon the initiative of Attorney Poa, counsel for the respondent. May I just remind this court what these are, and they will be flashed on the screen for the better appreciation of this honorable court. Both the prosecution and the respondent agreed last Wednesday's hearing to the following stipulations. First, that the OVP issued 4 checks, all in the name of Gina F. Acosta, worth 125 million each on December 20, 2022, January 31, 2023, April 18, 2023, and July 13, 2023. Second, that these said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Office of the Vice President. Third, that Ms.
Kampante ako. Basta gardenia, masustansya. Masigla, malakas ang pamilya.
Masigla kasa ko. Basta gardenia. Masigla kasa ko.
Ang gardenia, mas ma-vitamins, mas ma-minerals, mas masustansya. Fresh pa, mas sulit, mas sarap.
Masigla kasa rin. Basta gardenia.
Said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account.
Counsel,
Yes,
with respect to the last check, what was the date of encashment? You mentioned July 11, or is it July 16? Or should it be July 16? Kindly check your records, because the encashment cannot be before the date of the check.
respondent. What is it?
Kindly check the last check. Last 3 digits, 664. Counsel mentioned that it was encashed on July 11, 2023. It should be, if I remember correctly, it should be July 16. Kindly check the dorsal side of the check.
Encashment. July 13, Your Honor.
13, okay. The date of the check is July 13, but encashed by the SDO on what date? You said July 11 earlier.
Encashment. Counsel for respondent, maybe you can help us with this.
We are verifying, Your Honor.
Kindly validate, because date of encashment cannot precede or antedate the date of the check.
Honorable Presiding
Yes,
Officer,
yes,
the
Counsel.
date of the check is July 13, but the encashment was July 14 po.
July 14, okay, not July 11. I heard you mention July 11.
My bad, Your
You
Honor.
may proceed, Counsel.
That the said amounts were paid by the Philippine Treasury for the account of the Department of Education Office of the Secretary. And lastly, that Mr. Edward D. Fajarda received the amounts of the checks on February 22, 2023, April 26, 2023, and July 13, 2023, which amounts to 112.5 million, Your Honors. May we ask counsel for respondent to confirm this?
Your Honors, I really don't want to make a big issue about this, but just on the first stipulation, Your Honors, please. we remember stipulating only as to the ability of the witness to identify the checks and to the authenticity
Of the checks.
of the checks. Now, I do understand where the counsel for the prosecution is coming from, but perhaps we could just refer to our records in terms of the stipulations made, Your Honors.
The presiding officer remembers that the authenticity and execution of the checks, as well as all the information contained therein, meaning to say the signatories, the payee, the amount contained therein, the date it was encashed, were all stipulated to by the respondent. In not so many words, counsel, you are correct.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, not only the front side of the check, but the
Including
dorsal
the
side.
dorsal side, meaning to say the checker, the validator, the...
Yes, Your Honors.
Yes, they were all stipulated to by the respondent. You are
Thank
correct,
you,
counsel.
Mr. Presiding Officer. And lastly, Your Honors, please. As you can see in front of you, we have 15 boxes. 15 boxes of confidential funds. For this witness alone, he will be identifying 50 exhibits.
Are you proceeding with your offer already, counsel?
No, Your Honor. This is in addition to our proposed stipulation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Proceed.
Okay. This witness will be identifying 50 exhibits. The acknowledgement receipts alone for the fourth quarter of the Office of the Vice President will be 845 documents, Your Honor. And not to preempt testimony of the next witness, this next witness will attest to 3,664 documents, of which 3,617 are acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. My proposed stipulation, Your Honor, since most of these documents, Your Honor, are not documents from the prosecution. These documents are the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education Secretary to liquidate the 500 million confidential funds of the Office of the President and the 116.5 million of the DepEd, Your Honor. Just to emphasize, Your Honor, these are common exhibits. And if counsel, we can flash them on the screen. Most of these are common exhibits. For the Office of the Vice President, we have 14 common exhibits for the period December 21 to 31. For the first quarter of 2023, there are 6 common exhibits, 6 common exhibits as well for the second quarter of 2023, and 5 common exhibits for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor. And this is a total of 31 common exhibits, Your Honor. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we have 6 common exhibits for the first quarter, 7 common exhibits for the second quarter, and 6 common exhibits for the third quarter, Your Honor. And here is where we ask for stipulation, Your Honor. Since these are prosecution exhibits as well as defense exhibits, and in addition to that, these are documents submitted by the defense themselves to the COA by way of liquidation, Your Honor. May we request for stipulations? For the appreciation of the senator judges and the presiding judge, flashed on the screen are the exhibits we want stipulated, the prosecution exhibit numbers, and the defense exhibit numbers, Your Honor.
These are only insofar as the common exhibits are concerned, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, these are only common exhibits.
What does the respondent, counsel for respondent say?
Your Honor, may we just ask for, and I apologize for having to request for this, but may we just ask for at least a 5-minute suspension so we can also concur with the prosecution panel and to check exactly what documents they would want to stipulate. Because, Your Honors, we have no problem stipulating, but we also, due to the voluminous nature of the documents, we just want to make sure we're also ensuring the rights for clients, especially if there are questions on chain of custody, etc.
With the permission of my fellow Senator
Just 5
judges,
minutes.
this is in the interest of abbreviating the proceedings anyway. Chair declares a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honors. The physical exhibits are here if council wants to look at them. So,
We are on recess. No need for permission to approach each other.
Sinusuri ho ng mga miyembro ng defense team, mga kabombo, iyon pong ilan sa mga dokumentong pinipresenta ng House Prosecution Panel. Kabilang pa rin po doon sa mga target ho ngayon ng House Prosecution Panel ay yun pong balikan yung dokumentong bumabalot doon sa 612 million pesos na confidential funds ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ito ho yung mga check, yung mga disbursement, yung receipt o yung pong mga tumanggap. Mapapanood po ninyo sa mga viewers, mga nanonood po sa atin ngayon, ang team ng defense, yung Attorney Michael Powa, Attorney Butuan, Attorney Season kanina, na tinitignan, sinusuri yun pong mga dokumento, mga exhibit ng House Prosecution Panel. At sa background ho nila, makikita ho, mapapansin po ang mga judges, mga senator judges na pinagmamasdan din yung ginagawang pagsusuri, physical na pagsusuri doon sa mga dokumento. Present pa rin sa part ng House Prosecution Panel si Attorney Kapunan nga na siya pong nagpepresenta sa ngayon. Andyan din si Attorney Virgil Ligutan ang nagpresenta doon sa ang private prosecutor or counsel for the prosecution panel na siya pong nagpresenta doon sa Article 4 o yung threat article. Diyan din sina Senator, dating Senator at ngayon po yung Representative Leila de Lima, si Representative Jervil Luistro at iba pang mga member ng defense team, ng House Prosecution team or panel. Sa part po ng defense, tulad ng ating nabanggit kanina, andun pa rin, nanguna pa rin si Attorney Season, ang batikang litigation lawyer, na siya pong nanguna dun sa pagsusuri nga kanina doon sa mga dokumento. Unfortunately, yung mga ganitong pagkakataon, mga kabombo, ay hindi po hindi inilalabas sa public yung actual na usapan sa pagitan po ng defense team at ng House Prosecution team. Ayan, nabigyan na po sila ng I believe bibigyan po sila ng mic para kahit paano marinig ho natin yung kanilang nagiging usapan, official na usapan. Pero bahagi pa rin po ito ng transcript kung sakasakaling mailabas sa public, mga kabombo. Pero sa ngayon, blanco pa rin po ang public kung ano po yung mga pinag-usapan ho dito. Other than of course, makikita ho natin sa facial expression na may kaunting ismailan sa pagitan po ng mga defense lawyers at ng House Prosecution lawyers or mga counsel, mga kabombo. Ilang mga dokumento pa rin po ito, mga sinusuri, and sa part po ng mga senator judges, wala din namang nagsasalita pa sa kanila. Take note na ito po ay 20 minutes pa lamang mula nung opisyal na magsimula ang day number 11 ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Mga 20 minutes after mag-start ang trial. So sa ngayon ay hinihintay pa rin po natin ang pagtatapos nito para makapag-usad na ho doon sa mismong presentation ng witness ang House Prosecution Panel. Although nababanggit na Attorney Lorna Kapunan ho kanina na ang unang ipepresenta mga kabombo ay itong si Commission on Auditor, dating auditor, Roderick Wamil. At sunod pong ipepresenta mamaya ang supervising auditor, si Celine May Del Campo. Silang dalawa ay may kaalaman doon sa ginawa ng Commission on Audit na pag-audit mismo doon sa mga dokumento ng Office of the Vice President at ng Department of Education na dati pong binamunuan ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Nagpapatuloy pa rin po ang physical na pagsusuri doon ho sa mga dokumento. Hinihintay pa rin po natin yung pagtatapos nito mga kabombo, Caster Nation. Nasa podium pa rin si Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Ito yung unang pagkakataon na magpresenta si Attorney Kapunan sa panig ng House Prosecution Panel. Pero kung babalikan po natin si Attorney Kapunan, ang isa po sa pinakabatikang abogado sa loob ng court ngayon, no? Or ng impeachment court. Siya ay isa sa mga kilalang abogado ng ilang malalaking mga personalidad, kabilang ho sa mga pangunahin niyang hinahawakan yung mga cases ng mga showbiz personalities, no? Maraming mga showbiz personalities ang hinawakan ho dito. And ganoon din po sa side ng defense. Si Attorney Season ay isa rin po sa mga seasoned lawyer, no? Diyan sa loob po ng Senate Impeachment Court, mga kabombo. Day 11 na po tayo, no? Week number 4, ika-4 na linggo na po ng impeachment trial. Last week, isang araw lamang po ang ginugol ho natin. Week number 5 na rin po pala, no? Papasok na po tayo. Kasi last week, isang araw lamang po yung ginugol. So, unang linggo, 3 araw, 3 trial day. Pangalawang linggo, 3 trial day. Pangatlong linggo, 3 trial day. Ika-4 na linggo, 1 trial day lamang. At ngayong ika-5 linggo ay 3 uli yung target, no? 3 trial date uli ang target ho, mga kabombo, no? Doon sa Article 4, kung atin pong babalikan, yung threat article, 6 na trial day ang ginugol ho dito. Although initially, ang target ho ng House Prosecution Panel, 11 sana na trial days. Kanya nga lang, hindi na po nila prinesenta ang ilan pang mga 7, kung di tayo nagkakamali, 7 na mga supposed to be witnesses, mga testigo. Hindi na po nila ipresenta and nakontento na ho silang i-present lamang yung 3. Una, si dating National Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Mark Calilong or John Mark Calilong. Pangalawa, si Attorney Jeremy Lotok, ang nagsisilbing Regional Director ngayon ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Panghuli at panghuli, si National Bureau of Investigation Director Melvin Matibag. No? Yung 3 yan ay ang kanilang testigo sa ilalim po ng threat article o article number 4 ng impeachment complaint laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Kaya po na paikli ng 6 na araw lamang sa halip na 11 days or 6 na trial days lamang sa halip na 11 days sana, tulad po ng initial na target ng House Prosecution Panel. We were given that opportunity na matanong din ng impeachment court dati kung via Attorney Reginald Tunggol kung yan ba ay sinyales na or palatandaan na mas mapapaikli ang pag-usad ng trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte, no? Mula dun sa target na posibleng abutin ng 6 months or even more. Pero sabi niya, masyado pang maaga para masabi na mapapaikli nga ang pag-usad ng trial. In fact, may mga hindi rin po inaasahan na posibleng mangyari habang umuusad or habang gumugulong ang trial. Pero malaking kabawasan po yan. Sabihin po natin na dun sa 11 na target days, naging 6 lamang ho ito. pwedeng nabawasan ho tayo ng 3 hanggang 2-3 linggo, no? Kung susumahin po natin kasi doon sa 11 or doon sa 10 days na yan, 3 doon or 9 days I should say. Doon sa 9 days na yan, 3 ho doon ay ginugol doon sa oral arguments at iba pa, no? So 6 lamang doon ang para ho doon sa presentation ng Article 4. So imagine baka 3 linggo po yung nabawas dito sa actual na trial o actual na proceedings laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa kasalukuyan mga kabombo, ang impeachment trial or impeachment proceeding laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte ang isa rin po sa pinakamalaking balita ho natin sa buong bansa. No? Kung hindi man ang pinakamalaking balita, isa po ito sa pinakamalaking balita ho natin. Of course, nagkaroon po tayo ng State of the Nation Address itong nakalipas na linggo. No? And yan pa rin po ay bahagi ng laman ng mga balita ho natin. And muli, umusad nga po ang trial para sa impeachment laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Kung babalikan po natin yung initial na appearance ng mga senador kanina, initially wala ho may paglilinaw lamang ho dito. Wala po si Senator Loren Legarda kanina, no? Sa pagsisimula po ng trial, wala po si Senator Loren Legarda bago yung pagsisimula, official na pagsisimula ng trial, no? Pero baka sa darating na mga oras ay mag-a-appear din siya diyan sa may Senate Impeachment Court. Okay, makibalita tayo diyan sa Senado, sa Senate Impeachment Court. Si Bombo Jello, nagbabalik. Bombo Jello.
Yes, Bombo Genesis, kasalukuyan pa rin nagkakaroon ng stipulation ngayon doon sa mga dokumentong magkakapareho para na mas mapabilis ang usad nitong pagdinig ngayong araw. Bagamat Bombo Genesis, nilawin ko lang ngayon, meron lamang tayong 17 senador na nandito o present dito sa pagdinig ngayong araw at kanina nga nabanggit natin na itong si Senator Loren Legarda ay wala dito, si Senator Mark Villar at si Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Sa ngayon, Bombo Genesis, patuloy pa rin ang pag-stipulate dahil nga may mga dokumentong magkakapareho at naisiguruhin nitong depensa na itong mga dokumentong ito ay talagang magkakapareho dahil nasa sobrang dami ng mga pages. Binanggit kanina ni Atty. Kapunan na merong 849 pages alone lamang sa isang exhibit, Bombo Genesis. Bombo Genesis?
Yes, Bombo Jello. Medyo mahaba-haba ito, no? Ilang mga pages. Pero so far, wala namang, based sa napapansin mo, wala namang sagutan na nangyayari. In fact, nag-i-smile lang nga yung panig ng defense at ng prosecution panel, Bombo Jello.
Oo, Bombo Genesis. Kasi kung maalala natin, itong stipulation of evidences, Bombo Genesis, ay karaniwan itong ginagawa sa pre-trial. At bagamat matatandaan din natin na itong depensa ay hindi pumayag dati sa kahilingan ng prosecution na yung mga magkakaparehong ebidensya ay markahan ng sabay sapagkat para mapabilis nga itong proseso ng impeachment trial. At sa ngayon, hiniling ulit ito ni Atty. Kapunan upang mapabilis itong pagdinig ngayong araw katulad ng isinagawa noong nakaraang linggo kung saan pumayag itong si Atty. Poa bilang representative ng depensa noong nakaraang linggo na ini-stipulate na lang nila yung mga parehong dokumento kaya't naging mabilis ang usad at matapos kaagad ng isang araw yung dalawang testigo, Bombo Genesis. Sa ngayon, parang friendly kasi nag-i-stipulate lang naman sila. Parang kino-confirm lang nila na yung dokumento ng prosecution sa dokumento ng depensa ay pareho lamang at walang pagkakaiba, Bombo Genesis.
Ito yung first time, Bombo Jello, na mag-present si Attorney Lorna Kapunan para sa panig ng House Prosecution Panel. Although nabigyan na siya ng pagkakataon dati na magbigay ng I think that was a closing statement yata, peroration, Bombo Jello. Pero so far yung presentation of an evidence or presentation of witnesses, ito yung first time niya, John.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Ito yung kauna-unahan na itong si Atty. Kapunan ang magpe-present ng witnesses at siya rin yung magda-direct examination. Kaya't yan nga ang inaabangan natin ngayong araw kung ano yung magiging estilo niya dito sa pagtatanong sa testigo ngayong araw at kung ano yung mga maibubunyag pa na kanilang nais mabunyag dito ngayong araw sa kanilang panig, Bombo Genesis.
Maalala ko nung time na nagbigay siya ng kanyang statement, that was closing statement Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan.
Naging controversial ito dahil parang pinuna ni Senator Pia Cayetano yata yung laman niya noon sabi niya pinagbigyan ko lang si Attorney Kapunan dahil siya nga si the legend Attorney Kapunan, pero gusto kong punahin yung kanyang statement dahil parang nagkaroon yata ng conclusions of law ng mga abogado yung time na yon, Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Medyo mahaba-haba yung closing statement nitong si Attorney Kapunan doon nga sa nakaraang article, yung article 4 or yung grave threats o banta sa buhay ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., ni First Lady Lisa Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Pero dahil nga sa respeto bilang mga kapwa-abogado at itong si Attorney Kapunan ay matagal na sa kanilang industriya, ay pinagsalita siya nitong si Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero at katulad ng sinabi mo, pinunangan ni Senator Judge Pia Cayetano sapagkat lagi naman pinapaalala ng Presiding Officer Bombo Genesis na dapat ay hindi magbitaw ng mga statement itong ating parehong panig ng prosecution at ng depensa ng mga conclusion dahil nagpapatuloy pa itong impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Kung maalala mo, Bombo Genesis ay napuna din noong nakaraang linggo itong si Representative Jerbil Luisto dahil sa kanyang panimulang opening statement ay tira nagko-conclude na rin siya dito sa isasagawa pa lang pagdinig sa Article 1, Bombo Genesis.
Even Senator Leila de Lima or Representative Leila de Lima para magkakasunod yata yung pagpuna. By the way, yung nababanggit mo kanina 17 na Senator Judge, sino yung napansin mong wala dyan ngayon, Bombo Jello?
Ang wala sa kasalukuyan, Bombo Genesis, ay si Senate Minority Leader Alan Peter Cayetano, si Senator Loren Licarda at Senator Kiko Panghilinan. Bagamat humingi na tayo ng update, sa ngayon makakapasok lang, Bombo Genesis. Eto, kumpirmahin ko ulit, nandito na ngayon si Senate Minority Leader Alan Peter Cayetano, so dalawa na lang yung wala, Bombo Genesis. Bagamat humingi na tayo kanina, Bombo Genesis, ng kasagutan sa kanilang mga media relation officers o direkta na mismo sa opisina nila kung bakit hindi nakadalaw ang mga senador at sa kasalukuyan ay inaantay pa natin ang kanilang mga tugon, Bombo Genesis.
Or posibleng late din lang siguro sila, kasi sa mga nakalipas may mga late din talaga na mga Senator Judge.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Maraming mga pagkakataon na inakala natin na itong mga Senator Judge na wala sa pagbubukas ng pagdinig ay hindi na makakadalo, pero later on the day nakakadalo naman sila. Baka mamaya after the lunch break ay humabol din itong mga ibang Senator Judges. Kasi kung maalala natin, Bombo Genesis, noong mga unang pagbukas ng pagdinig, karamihan sa mga minority senators natin ay matagal pumasok dito sa impeachment trial, pero later on ay humabol din sila bago magtapos itong pagdinig, Bombo Genesis.
Ang lunch break, anong target nilang lunch break ngayon? Alas 12 pa rin or mga alauna na?
Depende yan, Bombo Genesis, sa nagiging takbo ng direct examination, cross-examination. Kung sakaling mabilis ang usad nitong pagdinig, ay hinahabol nila yung 12 o 12:30 na lunch break para by 1 or 1:30 ay makabalik na sila, sapagkat ang binigay lamang ng presiding officer na lunch break para dito sa lahat ng panig ay 30 minutes lang, Bombo Genesis. Tamang kakain lang talaga sila at pagkatapos babalik na ulit, para kasi nga hinahabol nila, Bombo Genesis, yung oras, sapagkat yung pagdinig sa bawat araw ay magsisimula lamang ng alas 10 hanggang alas 3 ng hapon, at alas 3 naman ng hapon ay magkukonvene itong Senate as legislative body naman. So talagang hectic yung schedule at mahigpit yung oras nila, kaya ito naghahabol itong ating mga Senator Judge para na rin magampanan nila ang kanilang trabaho bilang mga senador, Bombo Genesis.
By the way, pagkatapos nitong trial, 11th trial day, Bombo Jello, may session mamaya ang Senate. Ano yung mga nakasalang kung may information tayo dyan?
May mga panukalang batas pa tayo, Bombo Genesis, na nakabinbin na talagang tatalakayin ngayon. Kanina, Bombo Genesis, ay bahagi ko na rin, pinalagan ni Senator Raffy Tulfo itong postpone dito nga sa taas pasahod, Bombo Genesis. Kaya malamang sa malamang ay tatayo ito mamaya si Senator Tulfo para ito ay talakayin sa plenaryo, Bombo Genesis.
Yung sa flood control scandal na talagang lumalala ngayon, lalo't talagang hindi maiiwasan yung sagutan ni na Senator Ping at Senator Cayetano. Anong kwento dito? May itinakda na bang actual date kung kailan sisimulan muli?
Yan pa yung ating isa pang kinukumpirma at inaabangan sa ngayon Bombo Genesis, sapagkat itong si Senator Tulfo ay hindi pa makapag-desisyon sa ngayon dahil hindi pa mabuo-buo itong komite. Yung mga members Bombo Genesis ay hindi pa totally nalalatag at hindi pa na-elect dahil nga inuuna nila itong ibang mga usapin sa bansa katulad nitong sa ekonomiya, itong sa systems laws na direktiba ng Pangulo na nais ipatanggal dito sa electric bill. At sa ngayon, sa huling panayam natin kay Senator Erwin Tulfo na chairman ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, nais niya muna na matapos o mabuo ng talagang buo itong komite, yung mga members para makapagpatuloy sila ng kanilang pagdinig. At ang isang pang problema dito Bombo Genesis ay yung silid nga na gagamitin nila sapagkat punong-puno ito ngayong Senate dahil nga yung mga rooms dito ay ginagamit sa kasalukuyang impeachment trial. So kukumpirmahin pa natin bagamat nagbitaw na rin ng mga salita itong si Senator Tulfo na as long as mabuo na itong komite, ang mga members nito, ngayong linggo ay sisimulan na nila agad-agad itong pagdinig muli sa flood control scam Bombo Genesis.
Magandang abangan ito, no, Bubujelo, kasi let's say may mga senador na madadawit doon sa flood control scandal investigation nga ng Senado, ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, like etong sinasabi ni Senator Ping na meron talagang nangyaring anomalya dyan sa may part ng Taguig City. Halos kapareho lang daw yung mga picture na inilabas doon sa may Bulacan ay inilabas din dyan sa may part ng Taguig City. So parang may template ika nga ni Senator Lacson. So let's say iimbestigahan, madadawit yung ilang mga senador, tapos after nyan magkakasama silang magiging senator judge sa impeachment court,
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Medyo nga yan, kasi bilang mga senador ay meron silang mga alitan, pero dito dapat sa bilang pagiging senator judge ay dapat iisa sila sapagkat iisa dapat ang kanilang layunin dito, maging patas, maging impartial. At tama ka doon sa binabanggit mo sa flood control mess, medyo kailangang abangan ito sapagkat kung dati ang nililitis o ang kanilang iniimbestigahan Bombo Genesis ay itong mga contractor at ang mga opisyal ng Department of Public Works and Highways. Sa ngayon, ang kanilang posibleng iimbestigahan ay itong kanilang mga kapwa-senador katulad nga na nabanggit mo na si Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, sapagkat inuna nga nitong si Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson ang pag-iimbestiga dito sa Taguig matapos nga na questionin ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano ang paglobo ng kanyang salin. At yun naman ang sinasabi ni Senator Lacson Bombo Genesis na talagang sumama ang kanyang loob kung bakit daw kailangan itong punteryahin ni Senator Cayetano dahil ito naman daw ang kanyang yaman ay lumobo. Aminado naman siya na lumobo, pero dahil daw ito sa mga lehitimo niyang business Bombo Genesis noong siya ay hindi naging senador dahil kung maalala natin naging senador ito si Senator Panfilo Lacson tapos panandalian siya nawala at nakabalik ulit Bombo Genesis.
By the way, sa mga listeners, mga viewers natin, mga Kabubukas Nation, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung pagsusuri ng ginagawang pagsusuri ng mga abogado ng defense team sa pangunguna ni Attorney Season at ni Attorney Michael Puwa doon sa mga dokumento na ipepresenta nga ng House Prosecution Panel para matukoy yung mga may magkakaparehong mga dokumento. So inaabangan po natin kung kailan po ito matatapos, habang ang mga judges ay parang medyo tahimik din doon sa likurang bahagi po ng dalawang panel. Speaking of judges, Bujelo, na talakay natin kanina si Senator Loren Legarda, although nababanggit mo na wala pa yata siya dyan sa may part ng Senate Impeachment Court ngayon, may nakapagbigay ba ng kanilang opinion? Mga senator, mga kapwa niya senator judge, may nakapagbigay ba ng kanilang opinion tungkol dito sa kanyang kinakaharap na reklamo? Although officially wala pang kaso kasi nasa preliminary investigation pa lamang, pero so far may statement na from other senators.
Sa kasalukuyan Bombo Genesis ay tikumpa ang mga kapwa senador nitong si Senator Legarda ukol nga dito sa reklamo laban sa kanya at sa kanyang anak. Pero bagamat Bombo Genesis, susubukan natin kukunan mamaya sila ng mga statement pagkatapos nga nitong impeachment trial dito nga sa sitwasyon ngayon ng kanilang kasamahan, sapagkat lalo na ito si Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, pagkat kung ating maaalala Bombo Genesis, parang sunod-sunod talaga ang pagsasampa ng reklamo at kaso dito sa ating mga senador simula noong nagkaroon ng pagpapalit ng liderato dito sa mataas na kapulungan. Simula iyan, Bombo Genesis, noong May 11 kung babalikan natin hanggang sa ngayon ay iniisa-isa talaga ang ating mga senator, Bombo Genesis.
Oo, pero in fairness sa part ng ombudsman, may paglilinaw din si Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla Bombogelo, mga kabombo Kasar Nation, na talagang panahon napapanahon yung kanilang paglalabas ng tawag dito, yung information or paglalabas ng information doon sa kanilang iniimbestigahang mga individual. Kasi imagine pa, kahit yung 2019 Southeast Asian Games, parang isinabay din ng National Bureau of Investigation, and of course, dinatawit dito si Senator Alan Peter Cayetano plus yung flood control scandal sa May Taguig City. Ang problema din kasi yung flood control scandal, si Senator Alan Peter din lang kasi ang let me use the term, parang nagsimula or nag-ungkat dito, kasi parang sagot lang ito ni Senator Ping sa kanya
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Kung maaalala natin, nung inanunsyo ng National Bureau of Investigation ang pagsasagawa nga ng investigasyon doon sa 2019 SEA Games, Bombo Genesis, na pinamunuan nitong si Senator Cayetano, hinamon niya ngayon itong administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at itong mga senador sa majority bloc na buksan muli ang pagdinig sa flood control projects. Ngayon, ang hindi niya inaasahan, itong sa Senator Ping Lacson ay iimbestigahan pala itong mga flood control projects doon sa Taguig na sa kasalukuyan ay pagbalik ng Blue Ribbon Committee, unang iimbestigahan ng Komite Bombo Genesis, sapagkat sabi nga nitong si Senator Erwin Tulfo, maaaring kung isusumiti ulit ni Senator Lacson itong mga dokumento niya na isinumiti na doon sa Ombudsman, kung kanyang nanaisin na isumiti ulit dito sa Blue Ribbon Committee, ay kanilang iimbestigahan sa pagkatrabaho nila ito, Bombo Genesis.
May time din kaya, Bombogelo, anong narinig mo dyan? May time din kaya na balikan itong solar project ng anak ni Senator Loren? May mga senador bang nagnanais na balikan nito? Kasi naging kontrobersya ulit after ng statement ng Office of the Ombudsman.
Sa ngayong Bombo Genesis ay nakafocus pa itong pagdinig ng ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee dito sa flood control, dahil una ngang umusbong itong inimbestigahan ni Senator Lacson doon sa Taguig City. Sa ngayon, kukumpirmahin pa natin yan kay Senator Raffy Tulfo kung maging ito bang solar panel na ngayon inirereklamo kay Senator Loren Legarda at sa kanyang anak ay iimbestigahan din ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, sapagkat malaki-laki din to, Bombo Genesis, at pera din ng gobyerno ang ginamit dito, Bombo Genesis.
Mga 10 billion na kontrata, Pero before niyan, I'm sure marami sa mga kababayan natin ang nagulat dahil parang out of nowhere nagkaroon ng investigation ng Office of the Ombudsman. Hindi naman siguro out of nowhere sa part ng Ombudsman, pero sa atin, sa public, parang bigla-bigla natin narinig na meron na palang umuusad na investigation against kay Senator Loren at kay Representative pangalan ng anak
si
Leviste. Representative Leviste. So parang biglaan out of nowhere nagulat na lang ang public na meron ng ganito, and sabi ng Ombudsman nasa preliminary investigation stage na yung investigation na ito,
Kung matatandaan mo, Bombo Genesis, hindi na bago itong reklamo dito sa solar panel itong si Representative Leandro Leviste, sapagkat nilabas na ito ng Department of Energy. Kung matatandaan mo, noong mga nakaraang nung lumabas itong issue ay dumaan yung bansa sa oil crisis, Bombo Genesis, naungkat itong solar panel na contract nga dito kay Representative Leandro Leviste, sapagkat ginigit nga nila na sana kung natuloy ito ay walang problema sa kuryente, sapagkat ito yung magpo-produce na sana. Pero yun nga, Bombo Genesis, hindi nga na-meet yung nakalagay sa kontrata, kaya bringing up ito nitong si Secretary Garin ng Department of Energy. Kaya hindi na ito bago, Bombo Genesis, pero tama ka doon, kagulat-gulat na sa ngayon ay biglang naglabas ng statement itong Office of the Ombudsman na nasa preliminary investigation na pala itong mga reklamong ito, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. So kung bibilangin natin ngayon, Bombo Jello, 21 senator tayo, Senator Jinggoy nasa kulungan, Senator Marcoleta nasa kulungan, Senator Bato nowhere to be found, Senator Christopher Bongo, sinasabing meron na ring warrant of arrest laban sa kanya pero wala namang confirmation dito ang International Criminal Court. And then Senator Loren, yung kaso niya nasa preliminary investigation. Si Senator sino pa ba?
Senator Alan.
Pero dati, before niyan, si Senator Jewel at Senator
Joel.
Chis, sabi rin ng ombudsman noon ay quote-unquote hinug na. Yan yung term na ginamit ng Office of the Ombudsman noon hinug na yung kaso para sa dalawa. And then of course si Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, meron ding sinasabi ang NBI na investigation. So medyo marami-rami ito Jello, kung sakali.
Meron pa, dagdag ko na lang Bombo Genesis, meron ding kinakaharap pang reklamo dito sa dalawang senador na magkapatid na si Senator Camille at Mark Villar sa Department of Justice, kaugnay naman sa kanilang negosyo ng kanilang pamilya, Bombo Genesis. Kaya medyo marami-rami ang mga senador natin na nahaharap sa mga reklamo at kaso, kaya inaabangan nga natin kung hanggang kailan o ano ang magiging proseso, ano ang mangyayari habang nagpapatuloy itong impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Kasi Bombo Genesis, kung ating iisipin, kung lahat ng mga senador natin na may kinakaharap na reklamo at kaso ay makasuhan, wala nang quorum mawawalan ng quorum itong nagpapatuloy na impeachment trial. At syempre papasok diyan Bombo Genesis ang usapin ng pagbotohan, sapagkat alam naman natin na nakasaad sa konstitusyon kailangan ng 2/3 o 16 na boto mula sa mga senator judges para makonvict ang isang impeachable officers. So yan yung inaabangan natin Bombo Genesis, kung ano yung magiging hakbang ng Senado kung sakaling itong mga senador natin ay matuloy itong mga kinakaharap na reklamo at kaso. Anyway, Bombo Genesis, matagal-tagal pa itong impeachment. Sabi nga 90 to 93 trial days ito. At sabi nga ni Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, maaaring abutin ito ng 7 hanggang 8 buwan. So hanggang next year pa ito, Bombo Genesis, at mahaba-haba pa ang natitirang panahon dito sa taong ito, Bombo Genesis. Kaya inaabangan natin kung ano ang mangyayari dito sa mga isinasagawang investigasyon laban sa ating mga senador, Bombo Genesis.
Going back doon sa report mo dati, Bombo Jello, yung sa maalala ng mga kababayan natin yung nais ng mga then majority senators na gawing or payagan ng mga senador na makaboto via online, via telecommunications. That was the time na nag-walk out ang then minority, sina Senator Kiko, Senator Bam. So parang parang na-envision kaya nila na there is a possibility na maraming mga senador makukulong.
Siguro Bombo Genesis ang pinagbasihan ng mga ng grupo ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano noon na nag-assume ng Senate presidency dahil nga lumutang ito si Senator Bato de la Rosa. Siguro Bombo Genesis ang kanilang nakita dito ay itong sitwasyon ni Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa na walang kasiguraduhan kung siya ba ay safe dito sa Senado, kung siya ba ay hindi maaaresto dito sa loob ng Senado, sapagkat nakita naman natin na umano'y tinangka siyang arestuhin ng National Bureau of Investigation. Siguro ang na-envision nila doon, Bombo Genesis, ay itong si Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa na makaboto, sapagkat yun nga, hindi naman natin sigurado pero muli ngang nagtago itong senador. Kaya siguro yun ang nais nila, Bombo Genesis, na makaboto itong mga senator judges natin ng online, sapagkat hindi naman natin alam kung ano yung mga kanilang mga reasons, pero yun ang unang naging basihan nitong mga senador o yung grupo ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano kung bakit isinulong nila na makaboto itong mga senador online, Bombo Genesis.
Mag-iisang oras na, Bombo Jello, ang pagsusuri ng
tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis.
Ng defense team dito sa mga dokumento, at hanggang ngayon makikita natin na talagang binubusisi pa rin yung mga dokumento ng House Prosecution Panel. Naupo na nga si Attorney Lorna Capunan mula sa pagkakatayo niya kanina mula doon sa podium. And even si
maingat.
Yes, Bombo Jello.
Nagiging maingat, Bombo Genesis, itong panig ng depensa pagdating dito sa stipulation ng mga documents, kasi pre-trial pa lang conference, Bombo Genesis, ayaw na nga nilang pumayag na magkaroon ng sabay na stipulation, sapagkat mayroon naman silang mga nakikitang discrepancies sa mga ebidensya ng prosecution, katulad na lamang ng mga kulang na pages, hindi magkakatugmang mga pages, Bombo Genesis, o kaya't mga numero, kaya't nagiging maingat itong panig ng depensa. Ano, mantakin mo, Bombo Genesis, 849 na pages ito. Iisa-isahin nila yan para i-stipulate kung talagang magkakapareho yung dokumento na meron sila. Pero ang kagandahan naman nito, Bombo Genesis, pagkatapos niyan ay hindi na sila muling magtatanungan pa ng mga basic na tanong, ano, sapagkat alam na ng depensa ang isasagot nitong tanong mula sa prosekusyon at mapapabilis naman yan ang magiging usad at proseso nitong pagdinig ngayong araw. Medyo matagal-tagal nga lang yung Bombo Genesis kasi maingat itong panig ng depensa, Bombo Genesis.
Pero maalala ko nung interview natin, Bombo Jello, kay Attorney Tunggol, ang sabi niya, kinailangang ayusin ang lahat ng mga hindi magkakatugma ng mga dokumento, mga ebidensya para kahit papano mas mabilis na yung pag-usad ng trial. Hindi katulad kasi bago pa man ipinasa yung pre-trial order, 'di ba, maalala mo mga kababayan natin, 2 araw lamang supposedly yung pre-trial conference, pero inabot tayo ng 1 linggo, mahigit pa nga no? Parang 7 araw yata or more than 7 days pa yata yung inabot ng pre-trial conference noon. Yung dahilan niyan ay dahil daw medyo marami-rami yung hindi magkakatugma ng mga dokumento, mga evidence, and yet here we are na parang marami pa rin yata yung hindi magkakatugma, no, even after na naipasa ng pre-trial order.
Ang paliwanag diyan, Bombo Genesis, itong ini-stipulate ngayon, ang nais ng prosecution ay yung magkatugma. Ang magkatugma, Bombo Genesis, ay may stipulate ng pareho para hindi na magtanong itong depensa. Yung mga hindi magkakatugma, yun yung ipinoproseso sa pagdinig, Bombo Genesis. So kung maaalala nga natin, hindi pumayag itong defense panel na magkaroon ng stipulation ng magkakaparehong dokumento. Kaya sa ngayon, ito yung naging kalabasan dito nila sa pagdinig, ini-stipulate kung talagang magkapareho ba Bombo Genesis. Although na-predict na ito ng ating mga senator judges, ano, na nangyari na ito noong nakaraang impeachment kay dating Chief Justice Renato Corona, na meron ngang naganap na stipulation of evidence sa mismong pagdinig, kaya tumagal ang proseso. At ngayon, eto nga't nararanasan ngayon natin, Bombo Genesis, kaya medyo humahaba. Kung maaalala natin, 5 minutes break lamang ang hiningi ng depensa, ano, para gawin itong stipulation of evidence ko talagang magkakapareho, pero halos umabot na nga ng ilang minuto, halos 1 oras na, Bombo Genesis, ano. Kaya
10:55 na
kaya di natin alam kung hanggang kailan, kasi kung mapatatandaan natin, maraming pages yung binanggit kanina ni Attorney Kapunan na nais nilang i-stipulate, ano, tapos ilang box ito, 5 box ang nakalagay dito, Bombo Genesis. So kung makikita natin, medyo natatagalan talaga yung mga senator judges natin sa ngayon, Bombo Genesis, ay medyo tuwatayo na, ano, sa kanilang mga upuan at medyo naglalakad-lakad na para siguro hindi rin sila mabagot sa kakahintay dito sa parehong panig sa pag-stipulate, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. From time to time, maki-update pa rin tayo, Bombo Jello, ano? Pero parang hindi pa yata ito matatapos sa lalo madaling panahon dahil the defense is pouring over, ano, doon sa mga dokumento na ito. Yung sa panig ng mga senator judge, ano napapansin mong ginagawa nila? Parang nag-uusap lamang yata sila or pinag-aralan, may mga ilan ba sa kanila na binabasa yung mga dokumento, Bombo Jello? Kasi lahat yata sila nabibigyan din ng kopya, no? Yan yung hiling noon ni Senator Amy.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Itong mga senator judge natin sa ngayon ay nag-aantay lamang, Bombo Genesis, sa magiging proseso nitong pagdinig, sapagkat itong mga dokumentong ihalalahad dito, Bombo Genesis, ay nagkaroon na sila ng mga kopya, no? So prior to that, Bombo Genesis, bago itong pagdinig ngayong araw o bago yung mga nakaraang pagdinig, bago yon isinasagawa, Bombo Genesis, ay pinag-aaralan na nitong mga senator judge natin ang mga ipipresentang ebidensya. Kaya ang ginagawa nila dito, sabi nga ni impeachment court spokesperson Attorney Reginald Tunggol, Bombo Genesis, ang ginagawa ng senator judges natin para makapag-focus sila dito sa pagdinig sa araw-araw ay inaaral na nila ang mga naunang dokumentong ipinasa at ang nakafocus sila sa pagtatanong dito sa mga witness natin at sa parehong panig ng depensa at prosecution upang mas maging malinawan sila. So prior to that, Bombo Genesis, may knowledge na sila sa kung ano yung tatalakayin, sa kung ano yung mga ebidensya na ilalahad at mas pagpatitibayin na lang nila ito sa kanilang mga pagtatanong kung ano yung magiging hatol nila, dahil nga medyo matagal-tagal itong confidential funds, Bombo Genesis, at medyo technical ito kaya maraming katanungan itong mga senator judge natin tungkol dito. Kung maaalala natin, Bombo Genesis, noong nakaraang linggo, ito nga yung hinihingi ng mga senator judge na dapat magpresenta itong parehong panig ng prosecution at depensa ng mga competitive witness na makakapagpaliwanag dito nga sa naging proseso ng pag-withdraw o pag-liquidate nitong confidential funds na na-withdraw ng Office of the Vice President at Department of Education. At sa ngayon nga ay ito na yung ating abangan ngayong araw. So ngayon, Bombo Genesis, yung mga senator judge natin sa panig nila, at dahil meron na silang mga konting kaalaman, sa ngayon ay nag-aantay lamang sila na matapos itong stipulation at nais nilang marinig kung ano yung mga ebidensya pa o testimonya pa na ilalabas nitong witness ng prosecution ngayong araw, Bombo Genesis.
Okay, officially 10:58 na, 2 minuto na lamang at mag-aalas 11 na. So isang oras na sana yung nagugol natin para ho doon sa presentation ng witness, mga Kabombo Caster Nation, at pag-present ng witness ng kanyang testimonya, pero or yet wala pa pong ganung nangyayari dahil nga sa pagsisimula kanina agad na pong humiling ang defense para ho doon sa pagsusuri, and after nyan, mga 10 minutes after na official na mag-convene ang Senate bilang isang impeachment court, nagsimula na yung pagsusuri. Hanggang ngayon wala pa pong natatapos. I mean, hindi pa pong natatapos. So it's been 15 minutes mula nung nagsimula ho ito, mga Kabombo, at patuloy po nating hinihintay yung officially pagbabalik ho ng presentation of witness. Ang Senate or ang trial presiding officer, si Senator Escudero Bombojelo, so far hindi pa siya nag-i-interrupt mula kanina. Kahit na 5 minutes lang sana yung hiniling ng defense.
So far, Bombo Genesis, hindi pa nag-i-interrupt itong si presiding officer, Senator Chis Escudero, sapagkat itong mga ebidensyang ito, Bombo Genesis, ay kailangan na masuri ng maayos at naiintindihan naman yan ng presiding officer. Bagamat itong ang presiding officer natin ay si Senator Escudero ay nagiging maluwag dito sa parehong panig ng depensa at ng prosecution pagdating dito sa presenting of evidence, sapagkat ang lagi niyang binibigyan din ng impeachment court, Bombo Genesis, ay na adibaling matagal ang nagiging proseso ng trial, ang importante ay naiintindihan at nakikita ng mamamayang Pilipino kung ano yung tunay na nangyayari at nailabas ang katotohanan dito nga sa nagpapatuloy na impeachment trial ni Vice President Duterte. Kaya sa ngayon, hindi pa sumisingit itong si Senator Escudero para tapusin ito. Mahaba-haba ito, Bombo Genesis, at naalala na natin sa pre-trial pa lang, tumagal na ang prosesong ito, at yet expect natin na sa ngayon dito sa pagdinig ang process of stipulation of evidence ay magiging mahaba rin dahil nga sa pagiging mahigpit ng depensa, sa pagiging mabusisi ng depensa na dapat ay magkakatugma ang mga ebidensyang ito. Kaya siguro, Bombo Genesis, asahan na natin na itong dalawang testigong ihaharap sa ngayon ay malamang sa malamang ay merong tsansa na hindi matapos ngayong araw, Bombo Genesis.
Wala pang nagbe-break na Senator Judge Bombojelo, kasi kung magbe-break ang Senate mamaya or ang Senate Impeachment Court ng alas 12, let's say yung usual alas 12 or 12:15 hanggang 12:30, medyo limitado na yung oras. Hindi ba pwedeng gugulin na lang kaya itong isang oras na to para kahit pa paano magawa nila kung ano man yung nais nilang gawin? Wala bang ganitong directive si Senator Cheese?
Wala naman, Bombo Genesis, pero kung mapapansin natin, yung mga ibang senator judge natin ay pumasok na doon sa executive lounge, Pagkat siguro ginagamit na nila yung oras na ito para gawin yung mga personal na gagawin nila, kumain o kung ano pa man yung mga personal na gagawin nila. Sinasamantala na rin nila itong oras na ito sapagkat medyo parang matagal-tagal. At tama ka doon, Bombo Genesis, kakapusin sa oras, kasi alas 11 na. At kung magbe-break sila ng alas 12 at hindi pa ito napipresenta, hindi pa nga nasisimulan ang direct examination dito sa pangunang witness natin na si dating commissioner ng Commission on Audit na si Roderick Wilma, Bombo Genesis, ay natatagalan itong stipulation. So talagang babagal itong usad ng proseso ngayong araw at ina-expect talaga natin dalawang testigo, hindi kakayanin kung 4 na oras na lamang, kung ating bibilangin, Bombo Genesis, 4 na oras na lamang ang natitira dito sa pagdinig ngayong araw, at syempre hindi naman pwedeng ipagpaliban ng mga senador ang kanilang trabaho bilang mga senador ng Senado bilang legislative body. So kailangan siguro, Bombo Genesis, ngayong araw ay isang testigo lang ang maipipresenta ng prosecution dahil nga dito sa stipulation of evidence, Bombo Genesis.
Ayan, tapos na yata Bombo
Ayan
Jello.
na, opo.
Nagsasalita na si Senator Cheese. Okay, balik ho tayo mga kumbo. By the way, 52 minutes ang ginugol ho dito. Balik ho tayo.
Para magkumparahan ng dokumento, I assure you this is time well spent. Kasi medyo mahabang panahong ginugol natin. Para magkumparahan ng dokumento, I assure you this is time well spent. Because whatever stipulations and or admissions may be agreed upon by the parties will go abbreviating the proceedings. Counsel for respondent is recognized for his comment to the request for stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I would like to thank the Honorable Court for your patience as well. So upon consulting with my colleagues as well as the opposing counsel, the defense is willing to stipulate on the list of documents provided except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. Because one,
What period is that again, counsel?
acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022, Your Honor.
December 21 to 22
To 31, 2022.
to 12/31, 2022.
Yes, that's correct. December 21 to December 31, 2022. That's correct, Your Honors. Your Honors, just for the information of the Honorable Court, although these were labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, and there are issues concerning these acknowledgement receipts that I believe will also be touched upon by other witnesses in the future, and for those reasons, Your Honors, we cannot stipulate on the same.
How many pieces of documentary evidence would constitute these acknowledgement receipts covering this period, approximately?
Approximately at least 900, Your Honors.
So that's about 900 over 3,000 plus. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, correct?
Your Honor, please, just a logistics issue. I don't think they can hear us at the sound booth po.
Who can't hear you?
The ones flashing our screen. Are they okay? Okay. Just to address the query of the Honorable Presiding Judge, Your Honor, the acknowledgement receipts constitute 845 documents, Your Honor, for this particular witness and for this particular period, Your Honor. But for the next witness, Your Honor, they constitute 3,617 acknowledgement receipts.
In regard to the acknowledgement receipts that the counsel for respondent refuses to stipulate on, is it with this witness or the next witness?
This witness, Your Honor, 845 acknowledgement receipts for the period, 11-day period, December 21 to December 31, Your Honor.
So in other words, all of the acknowledgement receipts that this witness will testify to was not stipulated to by the counsel for the respondent.
That's correct, Your Honor.
With respect to the others, it is so stipulated, counsel?
Yes, Your Honors. Other documents, you mean? Yes.
Other documents that
On the
are
list.
commonly marked are so stipulated and admitted by the counsel for respondents? Under Article 1?
The documents that are in the list of
Yes.
proposed stipulations, Your Honors.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, you may proceed when you're ready with your offer. Unless you have other stipulations to ask.
We have other stipulations, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Secondly, that the office of the Vice President was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million in December of 2022.
We are okay to stipulate with counter stipulation that this was approved by the Office of the President as recommended by the DBM, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the panel of prosecutors state?
No, Your Honor. Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So
In
yes.
deference to the President. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes, the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, subject to the qualification of the counsel for respondent, is deemed admitted to and stipulated on. May proceed, counsel.
Thirdly, Your Honor, as can be seen on the screen, the DepEd was allotted confidential funds in the fixed amount of 37.5 million quarterly.
For what year? For what period?
2023, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor. But again, with counter stipulation that under the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted, Senator judges are duly informed.
That the fourth stipulation is that the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd withdrew their respective confidential funds quarterly allocation in full from the first to the third quarters of 2023.
Counsel for the respondent, what do you say?
We are willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
So stipulated, Senator judges are likewise so informed of the stipulation by the parties in regard to this fact.
The fifth, that the Office of the Vice President also received confidential funds in the amount of 125 million on December 20, 2022, which it used up in 11 days.
No
Counsel.
stipulation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, counsel?
No stipulation on this matter.
No stipulation. You may proceed with the other proposed stipulations, counsel.
That the documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd were all signed by the authorized signatories.
Willing to stipulate, Your Honor.
What exactly does that mean, counsel for the panel of prosecutors? The documents submitted by the OVP were all signed by the authorized signatories, meaning those that signed the checks, those that received the checks. What about the acknowledgement receipts?
Also the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. The disbursement vouchers, the liquidation reports,
Including
the
the...
accomplishment reports, all of which they have already stipulated, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that clear, counsel for the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor.
So stipulated, duly noted.
Number 7, that the signatures above the names Gina Acosta, Julieta Villa del Rey, and Rosalyn Sanchez in the Office of the Vice President documents are their signatures.
We're willing to stipulate on that, Your Honor.
And lastly, Your
So
Honor,
stipulated, duly noted.
that the signatures above the names Edward Fajarda, Maria Runa Catalan, Annalyn Sevilla, and Gloria Humamil Mercado in the DepEd liquidation documents are their signatures.
Willing to stipulate on that as well, Your
So stipulated, duly noted.
Thank you, and we would like to thank counsel for the respondent for
Thank you, Your Honor.
the stipulations.
We would like to
and,
thank the parties as well for abbreviating the proceedings and assisting this court in so far as shortening.
I think it has saved the Senate judges 10 boxes, Your Honor.
How many in total again?
We have 15 boxes, Your Honor.
That's 2/3. Good enough.
Two-thirds.
Counsel may proceed with their offer for the testimony of this witness unless there are other stipulations. If there are none, you may proceed, counsel, when you're ready.
Your Honors, please, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Roderick C. Wamil to prove the following. First, that Mr. Wamil was a state auditor of the Commission on Audit, Intelligence, and Confidential Funds. Number 2, that siya po ang nag-conduct ng audit ng Office of the Vice President, liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022, which is December 21 to 31, 2022, and the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Pangatlo, na si Mr. Wamil po ang nag-conduct ng audit of the Department of Education liquidation of confidential expenditures for the periods covering the first, second, and third quarters of 2023. Number 4, napansin ni Mr. Wamil na kulang-kulang ang mga dokumentong sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd for their liquidation of their respective confidential funds for the specified periods. Number 5, at dahil dito, si Mr. Wamil ay nag-issue ng audit and recommendations na tinatawag na Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM, dated September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023, duly issued to the Office of the Vice President for the periods covering the fourth quarter of 2022 or the period December 21 to 31, 2022. Number 6, that Mr. Wamil also conducted the audit of the documents submitted by the OVP through its letters dated October 19, 2023 and November 30, 2023 in response to the aforementioned AOMs. Number 7, that in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, nag-issue ng Notice of Suspension dated December 13, 2023 sa OVP. Number 8, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendation, an AOM dated February 1, 2024 was issued to the OVP for the periods covering the first, second quarters of 2023, and an AOM, Audit Observation Memorandum, dated August 8, 2024, was issued to the Office of the Vice President for the period covering the third quarter of 2023. Number 9, in accordance with Mr. Wamil's audit and recommendations, an Audit Observation Memorandum number 2024-015 dated February 1, 2024 was duly issued to the DepEd for the periods covering the first and second quarter of 2023. Likewise, Your Honor, we are offering the testimony of this witness to identify and authenticate documents, and likewise, lastly, to prove such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of Vice President Sara Duterte, and relevant as well to the aforementioned purposes.
Comment from the council for respondents on the offer?
Subject to cross, Your Honor.
Subject to cross, council may proceed with her direct examination of the witness, Mr. Roderick C. Wamil, when she is ready. You may
Thank you,
proceed.
Your Honor. With the permission of the presiding officer, Honorable Senator Judges. Magandang umaga, Mr. Witness.
Magandang umaga po.
Kumusta na po kayo ngayon?
I'm feeling a bit anxious lang po as of this moment.
Nervyos. Anxious. Okay. Huwag kang mag-anxious. Please state your name again. Your name, your age, and occupation and other personal circumstances, Mr. Witness.
I am Roderick C. Wamil, 34 years old and currently an audit team leader of the Commission on Audit Pasay City.
Before I ask you about your present occupation, give us a educational background. What is your educational background, Mr. Witness?
Ako po ay nagtapos ng Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Central Luzon State University at ng Juris Doctor degree from the Arellano University School of Law.
So you are both an auditor and a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, nagtrabaho ka sa COA?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been working for the Commission on Audit?
I've been with the Commission on Audit for more than 11 years po.
11 years. And what position in the COA do you presently hold?
I presently hold the position po of attorney of the Commission on Audit.
Ano yung attorney for?
It is yung description of the plantilla position po na hinahawakan ko. But currently po, I am an audit team leader po sa Commission on Audit Pasay.
Okay. Before you were assigned to the Commission Audit Pasay, what was your previous position with the COA?
Before my assignment po sa Commission on Audit Pasay, I was previously assigned as a state auditor po of the Intelligence and Confidential Fund Audit Office of the COA.
Itong COA ICFAO, ICFAO?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us a background? Ano itong COA ICFAO?
Ang COA ICFAO po ay yung office under the Office of the Chairperson in charge with the conduct of the post-audit po ng liquidation of the confidential fund and intelligence fund of the various government agencies, which include the national government agencies, the government-owned or controlled corporations, and the local government units po.
Okay. Na-mention mo ang intelligence at confidential funds. For our understanding, para maintindihan namin ngayon, ano ang intelligence funds at ano ang confidential funds?
Ang intelligence funds po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po na provided in the budget of the agency concerned with respect to their intelligence operations. While,
Ano naman ang confidential funds?
ang confidential fund po based on the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung lump sum appropriation po ng concerned agency para sa kanilang confidential expenses.
At you earlier said, sinabi mo kanina na ang office ng ICFAO ang nag-audit ng national government agencies. Anong ibig sabihin ng nagko-conduct ng audit? Anong klaseng audit ang ginagawa ng COA ICFAO?
Ang audit po na ginagawa ng COA ICFAO ay compliance post-audit po.
What do you mean by compliance post-audit?
When we say compliance post-audit po, we evaluate a certain subject matter which is covered by the audit with respect to a certain criteria po which is usually po yung applicable laws, rules, and regulations. And in case of the confidential and intelligence fund, ini-evaluate po namin yung liquidation ng confidential and intelligence fund based dun sa criteria na presented ng Joint Circular 2015-01. At pag sinabi naman pong post-audit, ginagawa po namin yung audit after the fact of the disbursement. So ini-evaluate po namin kung yung disbursements ay properly supported with complete documents as required by the applicable rules and regulations, and if yung disbursements po ay hindi illegal, hindi irregular, or hindi improper.
At sa pag-conduct na sinabi mong post-audit, ano ang basihan ng ginagamit natin?
Ang ginagamit po namin sa ICFAO ay yung Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you tell us ano itong Joint Circular 2015-01?
Ang Joint Circular 2015-01 ay yung nagpo-provide po ng guidelines on the entitlement, the use, the release, the reporting po at yung audit ng confidential fund at ng intelligence fund of the various government agencies.
If I show you a document now entitled, and this for appreciation of the Honorable Senate Impeachment Court is being flashed on the screen with the permission of the presiding officer.
Council may do so and may proceed.
I'm showing to you now a document entitled the Joint Circular 2015, which for identification has been marked as Exhibit P-1-4 for the prosecution. -E. Showing to you this document, we have here, Your Honor, we're being assisted
Assisting
here
counsel
by
may approach.
our Associate Attorney Mark Penny.
Likewise, assisting counsel for the respondent may approach
Thank you, Your Honor.
the witness.
po yung pong ipinapakita mga kaubo ang ilan pang mga dokumento nitong House Prosecution Panel at sinusuri naman ng panig ng defense team. Itong mga dokumento
While
ito
waiting,
ay
Counsel,
para po doon sa
Attorney,
mga
Kabulan, would you like to
magtawag na
identify
confidential
this
at
document as
intelligence
previously marked
fund.
so that we can have
Balik
it
po
on
tayo.
the record and for the reference
Your Honor,
of
please,
the-
Mr. Witness, what relation does this joint circular have to the joint circular that you mentioned na basihan ng inyong audit, post-audit?
Ito po yung same joint circular po na basehan po ng aming audit sa ICPAO.
Okay. Bakit tinatawag ito na joint circular?
Tinatawag po itong joint circular dahil ito po ay resulta ng joint efforts ng Commission on Audit, ng Department of Interior and Local Government, ng Department of the Budget and Management, ng Department of the National Defense at ng Governance Commission for GOCCs.
So ito ay 5 government agencies, tama? And since when naging basihan ito ng mga post-audit ng national government agencies?
Naging basehan po ito ng audit ng ICFAO sa confidential and intelligence funds ng various government agencies noong January 8, 2015 rather, nung un-approve po ito.
Mr. Witness, ikaw ay familiar sa joint circular na to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if I show you Section 4.8, being flashed on the screen, Your Honors, with the permission of the presiding justice. Sa Section 4.8 na nakikita natin sa screen, ano-ano, what kind of confidential expenses can be incurred using confidential funds?
Under item 4.8 po of the Joint Circular 2015-01, the confidential fund shall be used only for the following confidential expenses. Una po, yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation
Ano pa? Dahan-dahan natin. Unang-una, 4.8. Anong una?
Ang una po ay yung purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, is the pertinent provision cited. Pangalawa, ano pa ang examples ng confidential funds or kung ano ang pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential funds?
Pangalawa po ay yung rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities.
Also being flashed on the screen for easy reference. Pangatlo, ano pa?
Pangatlo po yung rentals and the incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-apat po yung purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned.
What else, Mr. Witness? Ano pa?
Panglima po, yung payment of rewards to informers who must not be employees of the concerned government agency subject to 3 conditions. First is yung approval by the head of the agency. Second, it must be supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer. Pangatlo, it must be directly related to the conduct of the specific confidential activities of authorized agencies.
For purposes of the records, Your Honor, the witness cited 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7 of the Joint Circular 2015.
Hanggang 4.8.5 pa lang po.
Sorry. What else, Mr. Witness?
Pang-anim po is to uncover or prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the agency personnel or property or other facilities and resources under the agency protection done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies. And last po, yung others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws.
Okay. 4.8.1 up to 4.8.7 up ang refer po ng ating witness of Section 4.8 of the Joint Circular. Base rin sa Joint Circular na to, ano naman kung merong mga pwede, ano naman ang mga hindi pwede, yung mga bawal na confidential, alleged confidential expenses.
Under 4.11 po, may specific expenses po na enumerate na hindi pwedeng paggamitan ng confidential fund. Una po, yung salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowance or other fringe benefits of officials and employees who are employed by the government in whatever capacity or elected officials except when authorized by law. Pangalawa, yung representation, consultative fees or entertainment expenses. At pangatlo, yung construction or acquisition of buildings or housing structures.
For the record, Your Honor, reference is made to 4.11.1 up to point 2 and as well as point 3. Mr. Witness, sa pag-interpret, when you interpret these regulations and this joint circular and sections that you mentioned, what terms of compliance are you thinking about? Ito ba ay substantial compliance or strict compliance?
Strict compliance po, Madam.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Why do you follow strict compliance instead of substantial compliance?
We follow po strict compliance since what is involved po ay public funds. So dapat strict yung accounting and auditing rules to prevent yung misuse ng fund.
And this is expressly stated in the joint circular. What you said, strict compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, 9 years you said sa COA ICFAO.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Witness, it is mentioned in the JMC that it should be strictly interpreted, and you said it's in the JMC. Where?
Sa last paragraph po ng 1.0, Your Honor.
Last paragraph ng 1.0. So in the rationale.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier na 9 years ka na with the COA ICFAO at meron kang mention that you post-audited certain government agencies. During your term, what years were you, incidentally, with the COA ICFAO?
I was with the COA ICFAO po from September 2014 until February of 2024.
In this period of time, from 2014 to 2024, could you tell us how many vice presidents have you audited?
Ang tanging nung time lang po ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte.
But there were 3. Who were the vice presidents during this period?
Ang naging mga Vice Presidente po since I assumed with ICFAO in 2014 ay si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Leni Robredo at yung ating incumbent Vice President po na si Sara Duterte.
So 3 vice president, Vice President Binay, Vice President Robredo at Vice President Sara Duterte. Sino-sino sa kanila ang inaudit mo tungkol sa confidential funds?
Ang buhat po nung nag-assume ako nung 2014, tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po yung aking na-audit na may confidential fund.
Bakit, Mr. Witness? Bakit Vice President Sara Duterte lang ang inaudit mo ng confidential funds?
Dahil po, since nung nag-assume po ako ng 2014 sa ICFAO, wala pong naging appropriation for confidential funds si dating Vice President Binay at si dating Vice President Robredo. Tanging si Vice President Sara Duterte lang po yung nagkaroon ng appropriation for the confidential funds.
And in the same period of time, 2014 to 2024, kasama ba sa mga national agencies na minention mo ang Department of Education?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this period, 2014 to 2024, sino-sino ang mga secretaries ng Department of Education?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ang mga naging DepEd secretaries po ay dating Secretary Luistro, dating Secretary Briones at ang ating Vice Presidente in her concurrent capacity as the DepEd Secretary during that time po.
At sino sa tatlong ito? Sino-sino sa mga secretary ng DepEd ang inaudit mo for confidential funds?
Tanging si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte lang po as the DepEd Secretary.
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Dahil siya lang po yung naging DepEd Secretary na nagkaroon ng confidential funds ang DepEd.
And could you tell us how much was the confidential funds of the Vice President that you said you audited?
May i-clarify po kung anong office po yung tinutukoy niya.
Office of the Vice President.
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang kanilang naging confidential fund ay from the fourth quarter of 2022 until third quarter of 2023 ay 125 million pesos per quarter. So ang total po nun ay 500 million pesos.
Magkano naman ang confidential funds na inaudit mo sa DepEd, Department of Education?
Ang inaudit ko naman po sa Department of Education, since ang kanilang cash advances ay from the first quarter of 2023 until the third quarter of 2023, at meron silang 37.5 million pesos quarterly cash advances. So ang naging total po nun ay 112.5 million pesos.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Ngayon, you said that you conducted the post-audit of both offices. Pag nagko-conduct ng post-audit, ano ang rini-require na documents para sa confidential funds?
Ang nire-require po namin na documents ay yung mga requirements as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01 o yung mga tinatawag na liquidation documents po.
Ano-ano ang mga liquidation documents na to?
Based on the Joint Circular po, yung mga liquidation documents na yun ay yung kanilang liquidation reports, yung disbursement voucher na ginamit nila, yung land bank checks, yung obligation request, yung kanilang physical and financial plan, yung kanilang accomplishment reports po, and yung proof of submission known to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification of the accountable officers on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po ng special disbursing officer kapag hindi si head of agency yung magiging disbursing officer, yung fidelity bond ng accountable officers at yung kanilang specimen signatures po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, these liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd are among the stipulated documents of the counsel for the respondent, Your Honor. But for easy reference, may we also ask permission to flash them on the screen for the better appreciation of the senator judges. And I ask, I'm sorry.
Please proceed.
And may I ask Attorney Peña to please show these documents to our witness for purposes of comparison.
Assisting counsel may approach the witness. Likewise,
the respondent.
assisting counsel for the respondent.
Thank you.
If they so wish, this is for the information of the senator judges, given that the documents stipulated earlier were merely enumerated so that the senator judges may be appraised of the documents that have already been admitted to and stipulated to by both parties. Counsel may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since stipulated, there's no need really to compare. But I am showing now to you, and this is being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of presiding judge, a copy of a fiscal financial plan approved on December 13, 2022, marked as Exhibit P-1-14 for the prosecution.
And likewise, for the record, on the part of the defense, marked as D-1-23-OVP.
That's
Yes,
correct,
sir.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the witness please respond?
Okay. Sa bottom portion, give me a look. Sa bottom portion, There appears a signature under the words. Meron pong signature sa words. Approved by. There. Anong ibig sabihin ng approved by?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng approve by ay inapprove po noong nakapirma yung contents ng physical and financial plan po based on that document.
At sinabi mo, approved by ay inapprove. Kung sino man ang nakalagay na signature dyan. Kaninong signature naman ang nasa bottom portion ng ating Exhibit -1-14?
Kay Vice Presidente Sara Duterte po.
Why are you familiar? Bakit mo kilala? Bakit mo alam ang signature ni Vice President Duterte?
Dahil among their submissions po ay yung kanilang specimen signatures at kasama po doon yung specimen signature po ni Vice President. At yung kanyang pirma po doon sa specimen signature submitted ay kaparehas po ng pirma niya dito sa physical and financial plan na ito.
Pinakita sa iyo ang isang physical financial plan which you said is a faithful reproduction of the submissions. And this is now being shown on the screen. Ano ang observations mo dito sa physical and financial plan approved on December 13, 2022?
Hindi po siya compliant to the joint circular dahil yung first column, which is the programs, activities and projects, hindi po in-indicate nung OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang paggagamitan ng confidential fund as required under item 4.2 of the joint circular.
Hindi ito specific according to you and according to 4.2 of the joint circular. Can you please enlighten us? Ano itong section 4.2 ng joint circular?
Under item 4.2 po ng joint circular, all requests or allocations for CF must be supported with a physical and financial plan which must indicate the proposed amount allocated for each program and activity dahil ito po yung magiging basis for the disbursement ng kanilang confidential fund.
At yung mga sinabi mo, nakikita ba dyan sa dokumentong yan?
Wala, based po on this submitted physical and financial plan, hindi po nakikita rito yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang pagbabasihan sa kanilang disbursement.
Apart from this, yung nakita mo sa column 1, ano pang ibang observations ang masasabi mo dito sa dokumentong ito?
Since yung columns for the expected outcome as well as yung column for the physical target must match po yung specific confidential activities. So hindi rin po nakamatch or hindi rin compliant yung columns po as mentioned.
At bakit? Why do you say na hindi compliant na rin to sa joint circular?
Dahil po since hindi naman in-indicate po dito ni Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi po na-match based on the information as presented po sa document na ito, yung laman ng expected outcome at yung physical target doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
And as you stated, what express provision of the joint circular does this violate?
The item 4.2 po of the joint circular
4.2 na
2015-01.
pinakita natin sa screen.
Sa dami ng gagawin, mundo'y mamadaliin. Pero nagbago to dahil sa'yo.
Bumabagal ang mundo sa sarap ng luto ko. May one-by-wonder na bawat sarsaya.
Ang sarsaya, nagbibigay ng kumakapit na linamnam.
Bago to.
Ang sarap saya, ninanamnam, tumatagal, binabalikan.
Pag nandyan ang sarsaya, may sarap at may saya. Saya, kapit ang sarap, kapit ang saya. Ajinomoto.
Mr. Witness, what is the significance? Ano ang significance ng check na pinapakita na to in relation to your audit of the Office of the Vice President's confidential funds?
Ang significance po ng cheque ay ito po yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
Na pwedeng i-withdraw na yung cash advance. Ngayon naman, punta tayo sa another document. I will show you now a disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022. Again, common exhibit. For the prosecution, this is Exhibit P-1-10-A. For the period December 20, 2022. In the middle of this document, in the middle of this document, there appears a signature under the words, quote, certified expense, cash advance necessary, lawful and incurred under my direct supervision and control. Okay. Anong ibig sabihin nitong certified expense under my direct supervision?
Your Honors,
What is
kindly,
the
we would
pleasure
like
of
to object on that
counsel for
one.
the respondent?
Your Honors, that calls for a conclusion of law.
I'm
Based on
sorry,
the,
counsel.
That will call for a conclusion of law on the part of the witness, Your Honor. They're asking for what that means for the witness.
Only insofar as how the witness interprets this provision, given that he audited these documents and are part of the submission. Witness may answer.
Based on this disbursement voucher po, sinertify po ni Vice President na yung kanilang cash advance ay kailangan at naayon sa batas at na-incur po under her direct supervision.
and there is a signature here in this document. Whose signature is this, if you know?
May i-clarify po kung anong signature po yung tinutukoy. Yung sa
Above the name, Sara Z. Duterte.
that is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
What else, if any, observation can you make as regards this document?
Under the particulars portion po, nakalagay na yung cash advance is for calendar year 2022, which is not compliant po with the joint circular. Since under the joint circular po, the disbursement voucher shall state the duration of the implementation of the project. Pero since this cash advance is for the fourth quarter 2022, so hindi po tama yung nakalagay dito na yung cash advance is for the calendar year 2022.
At ano naman again? Ano ang violation nito sa joint circular?
May I refer po to the joint circular, Your Honor, for the specific provision?
Witness may refer to the joint circular previously marked.
The specific provision po is the second sentence po ng item 6.1.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Being flashed on the screen, Your Honor, presiding officer, with your kind permission.
You may do so, counsel.
Can you read, for the record, 6.1.5?
6.1.5 of the joint circular, cash advances shall be limited to the requirements for 3 months. The disbursement voucher shall clearly state the duration of implementation of the projects. If the implementation of the project will extend to more than 3 months, additional amount may be granted only after the liquidation of the previous cash advance. If on the other hand, cash advances are drawn monthly, liquidation shall be done monthly. Cash advances shall be granted only upon the certification of the agency accountant stamped or printed on the disbursement voucher that previous cash advance for the same purpose, project, or activity given to the SDO requesting cash advance has been liquidated and proper accounting thereof was made in accordance with this joint circular.
Okay. Ngayon naman, I will show you. Kasi liquidation ang pinag-uusapan. I will show you a liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. Again, common exhibit. This is prosecution's exhibit P-1-9-A. A liquidation report dated January 10, 2023. In the middle of this document, by the bottom, there appears a signature under the words, certified purpose of travel cash advance duly accomplished. Mr. Witness. And this certification,
Counsel, just to correct you, certified purpose of cash advance duly accomplished. There's no word travel.
yes, Your Honor.
Do you confirm, Counsel? You may
Yes,
proceed.
Your Honor. Certified purpose of travel cash advance
Of cash advance.
of cash advance duly accomplished.
Yes. You may
Thank you
proceed,
for
Counsel.
thank you for the correction, Your Honor. What does this mean in terms of your audit?
This means po na sinertify po ni Vice President na yung layunin ng cash advance ay kanilang na-accomplish.
And you said the Vice President, whose signature is that?
That is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
What is the significance of her signature to this document, if any?
Ang significance po ng kanyang pirma dito ay kanya nga pong sinertify na yung purpose po ng kanilang cash advance from the confidential fund ay na-accomplish po ng agency.
And what are your observations? Ano ang mga observations mo, if any, sa dokumentong ito?
Actually, it is one of the proforma annexes po nung Joint Circular 2015-01. Siguro ang napansin ko lang dito ay yung period covered na December 21 to 31, 2022 since the cash advance was supposedly for the fourth quarter of the 2022 of the OBP. Pero other than that naman po, this document is compliant naman po with the requirement of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Again, para maintindihan namin, sabi mo, ang na-observe mo, yung period. Yung period, Mr. Witness. Anong period covered dito?
Based on this liquidation report po, ang period covered ay December 21 to 31, 2022.
What is the significance? Bakit mo napansin itong period na to?
Napansin ko lang naman po yun kasi yung kanilang cash advance based on the physical and financial plan po supposedly is for the whole fourth quarter of 2022. Pero based on this document po, na-disburse lang siya from December 21 to 31, 2022 or around 11 days.
Okay. Sinabi mo, whole quarter of 2022. November, October, sandali. Can you enlighten me anong quarter dapat yun? October, November, December. Ang
Yes.
sinasabi mong 3 quarters.
3 months po.
3 months for the fourth quarter. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
3 months for the fourth quarter, pero sabi mo ang ginastos na funds. Magkano ang ginastos na funds?
Based on the documents po submitted, 125 million pesos po.
In these 3 quarters? 3 months?
Based on the document po, it was supposed to be spent for the fourth quarter of 2022. So 3 months po, supposedly. Based on
Bakit
their
supposedly, Mr. Witness?
Dahil yun po yung supposed coverage ng kanilang cash advance for their confidential activities.
At sinabi mo kanina, 11 days ito ginastos. Tama?
Based on the document, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm showing to you now another document which is an accomplishment report previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-107-A-I. Again, stipulated document. Common document with the defense. What relation does this have? No.
Um,
We request permission to have it flashed on the screen as well.
You may do so, counsel. Clerk of court is so directed.
Can you repeat the question po, ma'am?
No. Look at the screen and look at your document. What is the relationship of this accomplishment report that I am showing you in relation to those documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
This is the same accomplishment report po na sinamit ni Office of the Vice President sa ICFAO.
Okay. And there appears here in this document under the words approved by. Whose signature is this?
It is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And the annotation approved by, in terms of your audit, what does this signify, if any?
It signifies po that the signatory or the Vice President approved the contents of this accomplishment report.
In relation to this particular document, what observations, ano-ano ang napansin mo sa dokumentong ito?
Napansin ko po na hindi po in-enumerate ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang specific confidential activities na kanilang ginawa.
Kailangan bang enumerate yan? Mga
Yes, ma'am.
activities na yan?
Dahil-
Bakit, Mr. Witness?
Doon po kasi namin tinitignan sa audit ng ICFAO kung yung kanilang confidential expenses or activities ay compliant doon sa item 4.8 ng Joint Circular 2015-01 para malaman po namin kung yung kanilang expenses ay among the allowable expenses as provided under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So what basis did you have to determine if these were allowable expenses kung wala naman dokumento?
Katulad nga po nung sinabi ko, ang basis namin to determine if allowable expenses ay yung item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Now, I'm now showing to you a certified copy of the Office of the Vice President certification dated January 10, 2022, notarized on January 16, 2023. Prosecution's Exhibit P-1.6-A, likewise a common exhibit with the defense previously stipulated, being flashed on the screen with the kind permission of this court.
Counsel may do so.
Dito sa baba, may pirma sa ilalim ng mga salitang attested. Kaninong signature itong nakikita natin dito?
Ito po ay signature ni Vice Presidente Sara Duterte.
At anong ibig sabihin under your circular ng attested?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng attested ay kanyang kino-confirm at bine-verify na yung contents ng certification na ito ay totoo.
What other observations? Ano pa ang mga na-observe mo sa dokumentong ito?
Ang napansin ko po dito yung date of execution ng certification, January 10, 2022.
Ano pa? January 10, 2022. Why is this significant?
Because it is supposedly the date of the execution ng certification, pero yung kanilang cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Yung cash advance nila ay para sa anong period?
For the fourth quarter po of 2022.
Pero ang certification ay January 10, 2022.
Yes po, based on this document po.
And based on this document, when was it notarized?
It was notarized po on January 16, 2023.
2023. Okay. Ano naman? In your observation, what provision of the joint circular? Does this certification violate? If you
Actually, ito po yung isa sa proforma annexes ng joint circular. So, wala naman po kaming nakitang violation aside from the date of the execution.
No. So yung sinasabi mo, nakikita dito yung discrepancy ng mga dates.
Based on this document po, yes ma'am, may discrepancy yung dates.
Okay. Now, dahil dyan, what action did you take, if any?
After what po ma'am?
After itong nakikita mong certification.
Ang naging action po namin, actually yung naging audit namin is yung for the whole of the liquidation documents na sinamit ng OBP. Pero dito po, wala po kaming naging particular finding dito. Sinasabi ko nga po, it is one of the annexes po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 and they submitted naman po yung certification as required.
Okay. Earlier, nagpakita tayo ng certain liquidation documents, yung physical and financial plan, yung disbursement vouchers, yung land bank check, yung liquidation report. What actions did you take, if any, after your evaluation of these documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President?
After the evaluation po of those documents, since I noted that the documents are not compliant with the requirements of the Joint Circular 2015-01, I drafted po an audit observation memorandum which I submitted for review to my division chief.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, anong ibig sabihin ng Audit Observation Memorandum or AOM?
Ang audit observation memorandum po under the Joint Circular 2015-01 ay written notification to the accountable officers explaining to them or informing them the deficiencies po noted during the audit and requiring them to submit an explanation or to submit the documents being sought po doon sa AOM or both.
So, itong AOM was on account of sinasabi mong discrepancies.
Yes, ma'am.
Na-point out mo na dito sa Honorable Court. Now, if I show you a copy of this audit observation memorandum that you mentioned, please identify the same.
Assisting counsel for both parties may approach the witness.
Your Honor, please again, this is a common exhibit. This is exhibit P-1-12-A dated September 14, 2023 for the prosecution. Likewise, a defense exhibit, Your Honor.
Nagiging technical pa rin mga kabombo ang usapan sa may Senate Impeachment Court at sinusuri yung pong napakaraming mga dokumento mula sa Commission on Audit. Patuloy po yung presentasyon ni Attorney Lorna Capunan, ang panig ho ng House Prosecution Panel sa kanilang testigo ngayong araw. At pumapasok na rin po tayo mga kabombo sa ating pong Bombo Network News noontime edition, alas 12 na po ng katanghalian. Balik ko tayo sa nagpapatuloy pa rin po na trial.
What were your findings, if any, in relation to the audit of the Office of the Vice President's fourth quarter confidential funds liquidation?
Yung audit po ng confidential fund ng fourth quarter of 2022 of the OBP disclosed that, una, yung kanilang physical and financial plan ay hindi compliant dun sa requirements ng Joint Circular 2015-01 dahil hindi po in-indicate ng OBP yung kanilang specific confidential activities na paggagabitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
So una, hindi compliant ang physical and financial plan ng Office of the Vice President.
And under the same item din po, yung kanilang accomplishment report ay hindi rin compliant dahil hindi rin po naka-indicate doon yung kanilang specific confidential activities na pinagamitan nila ng kanilang cash advance.
Your Honor, for easy reference, we are flashing these particular portions of the document being referred to by the witness. Ano pa, Mr. Witness?
Pangalawa po, hindi po sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President yung kanilang documentary evidence of payments as required under Item 4.12 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Can you remind us, ano-ano itong mga dokumento na dapat sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President to liquidate for confidential funds?
Under the Joint Circular 2015-01, yung documents po na dapat isubmit ng agencies concerned po ay una yung kanilang liquidation report as proof of the liquidation. Pangalawa ay yung kanilang mga documents na ginamit nila sa grant ng cash advance, which include the disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, yung physical and financial plan, at yung kasama din po yung accomplishment report ng agency, quarterly accomplishment report, at yung proof of submission to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po ng accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation ng special disbursing officer in case the head of the agency ay hindi po yung SDO, yung specimen signatures po noong signatories ng documents, yung fidelity bond po, yung certification from the agency accountant na walang unliquidated cash advances, yung SDO. At yun po.
At sinabi mo earlier na
Pati rin
ito,
po pala yung documentary evidence of payments.
so these are the documentary evidence required. Sinabi mo earlier in your testimony that there were discrepancies and insufficiencies in this document submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano pa ang observation mo, Mr. Witness?
Yung pangatlo po, yung disbursement voucher po ay, yung approval portion ng disbursement voucher ay, actually yung, katulad nga po nung nasabi ko kanina, yung disbursement voucher, ang nakalagay na period covered ay calendar year 2022, which is inconsistent with the physical and financial plan dahil ang naka-indicate po doon sa physical and financial plan, yung cash advance ay for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Ano pa? Meron pa ba?
Yun lang po, ma'am.
Merong mga sanyamit rin sa yung mga acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Witness?
Pwedeng paulit po ng tanong.
Wala pa. Sa quarter na to, wala pa. Okay. Ngayon, in the last page of this document, there appears a signature on top of the name Nilda Plaras. Who is this Nilda Plaras, if you know?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po yung head of the ICPO during this time po.
And how do you know that this is her signature?
I saw her sign other documents and her signature on those documents is the same po with her signature in this AOM.
Pagkatapos na issue ng COA ICFAO ng office mo, itong Audit Observation Memorandum, what happened next, if any?
After po ma-issue, tama po ba yung tanong? Ma-issue?
Yes, pagkatapos na issue ng
After ma-issue, actually, after ma-issue po ba yung tanong niyo, ma'am?
issue, I'm
Ma-issue.
sorry.
After ma-issue po yung AOM, inattempt po namin sa ICFAO, inattempt ng ICFAO na i-serve yung AOM dun sa office address ni Office of the Vice President. Pero
Na-serve ba ito sa Office of the Vice President?
hindi po, dahil hindi po siya tinanggap dahil ang sabi po sa ICFAO ay wala pong authorized person to receive the AOM.
When was this attempt at service of this AOM?
It was around the second week of September of 2023 po.
So what happened next? Nung hindi ka kayo successful mag-serve ng AOM, what did you do?
Actually, on the afternoon of the same day po na nag-attempt si ICFAO na mag-serve ng AOM, nag-submit po si Office of the Vice President ng revised accomplishment report sa ICFAO.
So on the same day, hindi nyo na-serve but nag-submit ng revised accomplishment report ang Office of the Vice President. If shown to you a copy of this accomplishment report, Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-17-A.
Assisting counsels may approach of both parties.
Also stipulated by the defense. A common document.
Nagpapatuloy pa rin po mga kabombo itong pagsusuri sa ilang mga dokumento. Ang defense ang sumusuri sa ilang pong mga dokumentong binipresenta ko ngayon ng House Prosecution Panel sa pangunguna ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Tayo ho'y nasa 12:08 mark na o alas 12 na po ng tanghali at itong presentation ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan ay naglalaro na ng halos isang oras pero parang nasa simula pa lamang, no? Papagitna pa lamang ko tayo sa kabuang presentation dun sa unang testigo ng House Prosecution Panel. Balik ko tayo. Okay. Hindi pa po nagbabalik itong presentation mga kaumbo habang sinusuri pa rin ito hong mga dokumento. Ito hong nakikita ho ninyo, itong pinapakita ho nating dokumento, ito ho ay mula sa Commission on Audit, utilization or yung paggamit po ng confidential at intelligence fund. Part po ng ipinapaliwanag ngayon ng testigo ng House Prosecution Panel, si Attorney Roderick Wamil, ay yung mga dokumentong inilabas ng Commission on Audit at ng mga joint documents inilabas po ng iba't ibang mga
And is
agencies.
this and
Balik ko
how
tayo.
much?
Yung letter E po, yung provision of medical and food aid na 40 million pesos at yung letter F na payment of incentives or traveling relative to the confidential operations na 10 million pesos.
Bakit hindi allowed ang medical expense for 40 million?
Dahil yung hindi po siya kasama dun sa enumeration ng item 4.8 at yung enumeration po na yon ay exclusive. Yun lang po yung
Exclusive.
allowable confidential expenses based on the Joint Circular 2015-01.
What do you mean when you say the enumeration in the circular is exclusive? Anong ibig sabihin ng exclusive?
Kapag sinabi pong exclusive, ay doon lang pwedeng gamitin. So other than those enumerated po, ay hindi na po siya allowed as confidential expenses.
So 40 million na gamot, hindi allowed. Ano pa nakita mo dyan?
Yung item B po, yung payment of reward, kasi aside from this accomplishment report, hindi po sila nag-submit noong any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer as required po under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So sa particular item na yan, yung payment of rewards, you are saying, our understanding is, hindi sapat na magsabi lang ng pangalan, kailangan under the circular again?
Ang sinasabi po ng circular ay dapat mag-submit sila ng document supporting the payment of reward na nag-evidence ng successful surveillance activity or information gathering on account of the information given by the informer.
So kung may payment of reward, dapat may supporting document na nagpapatunay na successful ang result ng activity na yan, yung information gathering. Ang tanong sa iyo, Mr. Witness, meron bang mga dokumentong sinubmit to show the success of that surveillance?
As of that time po na sinamit itong revised accomplishment report na ito, wala na po silang ibang sinamit na document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities.
We now go to anything. Mr. Witness, what happened? Nung sinubmit ba ng Vice President yung sinasabi mong revised accomplishment report, Renevise nyo rin ang findings nyo sa audit observation memorandum.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
With the permission of the objection is sustained. With the permission of the parties, earlier it was agreed by the senator judges that we would be pausing hopefully in time for lunch really, and it has gone beyond already 12 o'clock. So before proceeding to I presume, a common exhibit previously stipulated to by both parties, you're referring to the AOM of October 3, 2023. Let's pause in the meantime with the permission of the parties, again in compliance with the agreement earlier made among the senator judges. And we shall resume at 1 o'clock in order to afford the parties enough time for lunch. And again, with the indulgence of Attorney Kapunan, let's continue with the common exhibit stipulated to by the parties. Particularly, I'm referring to AOM dated October 3, 2023. And before we go to the unstipulated portion of the acknowledgement receipts, which might take some time. Again, with the permission of the parties, Attorney Kapunan, Attorney Poa, we are on recess and shall resume at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pansamantala mga kabombo ay magkakaroon po ng break ang Senate Impeachment Court. At tulad ng ating nababanggit sa inyo kanina, pumapat lang na ho tayo sa ating pong Bombo Network News noontime edition o pangtanghaling edisyon ng Bombo Network News. Tuloy-tuloy po tayo sa pagsubaybay sa ika-11 araw ho ng trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ika-5 linggo na ho tayo ngayon. At pumapat lang ho tayo doon sa part na tinatalakay na yung confidential and intelligence fund ng Vice President Sara Duterte. Last week noong Miyerkules mga kabombo ay nasimulan na po ito, pero ang tanging naipresenta nitong na-establish ng House Prosecution Panel at ito pumabor na rin ang defense team ay nagkaroon ng withdrawal doon sa confidential and intelligence fund ng Office of the Vice President at ng Department of Education. So, yan ho ay naipresenta ng panel, House panel, at pinaboran din po ito ng defense team or ng defense panel. So ngayong araw, ang tinatalakay na po dito, ang pinapresenta na ho ng House panel at ang nilanais po nilang ma-establish ay yung kung paano ho yung paggamit dapat ng confidential at intelligence fund at yung mga panuntunan para ho masabing maayos, akma at tugma yung paggamit ho ng naturang pundo. Kanina na-establish po ng unang testigo, unang witness na tanging si Vice President Sara Duterte yung kanyang inaudit dahil wala daw ho doon sa part or sa time na sina Leni Robredo at Jejomar Binay ang pangalawang pangulo ng Pilipinas. Yun yung isa sa mga na-establish kanina ng testigo ngayon na ipinapresenta ng House Prosecution Panel. Maki-update ho tayo sa mga kaganapan pa rin dyan sa may Senate Impeachment Court. Si Bombo Jello Aganan, nasa ating linya. Bombo Jello.
Bombo Genesis, nakabreak na nga ngayon ang impeachment trial, ang ika-11 impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. At matapos nga Bombo Genesis, yung matagal na stipulation ay natuloy din ang pagpipresenta sa unang testigo na si dating Commissioner on Audit o Editor na si Roderick Wilma. At dito nga Bombo Genesis ay natalakay katulad ng sinabi mo itong kung paano nagastos itong mga confidential funds na withdraw ng Office of the Vice President. At isa sa mga highlights dito Bombo Genesis ang napuna nitong si Wilma na hindi umano tugma sa kanilang sinasang-ayunan na lituntunin na itong pag-withdraw ng o cash in encashment ng Office of the Vice President sa huling quarter ng taong 2022 kung saan iyong controversial Bombo Genesis na paggastos ng 125 million pesos sa loob lamang ng 11 araw ng opisina ni Vice President Duterte. Ayon kay Wilma, dapat umano ay tumugma itong pag-encash nitong 125 million noong mula
Bumujelo.
Yes, Bombo Genesis.
Wamil. Roderick Wamil.
Yes, ni dating auditor Roderick Wamil, ang sabi niya ay dapat tumugma itong paggastos ng Office of the Vice President mula noong October 2022 hanggang December 2022. Ngunit nagastos naman nga lamang ito, Bombo Genesis, sa loob lamang ng 11 araw. At yung kanilang naman daw isinumite, Bombo Genesis, na accomplishment reports ay wala daw specification kung saan nagamit itong mga pera at kung ano ang mga ginastusan dito. Kaya isa yun, Bombo Genesis, sa naging highlights ng pagtatanong dito ni Attorney Kapunan. At nabanggit mo na rin, Bombo Genesis, na sa panunungkulan nitong si dating Auditor Wamil, sa kanya dito nga bilang auditor ay tanging si Vice President Sara Duterte lamang ang kanyang na-audit na naupo sa Office of the Vice President na mayroong confidential funds, at gayon din, Bombo Genesis, sa kanyang pagiging kalihim sa Department of Education, kasi yung mga nagdaan na kalihim ng ahensya ay wala naman umanong confidential funds. Kung matatandaan natin, Bombo Genesis, ipinaliwanag na iyan ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano, na kauna-unahan itong si Vice President Sara Duterte na kalihim ng Department of Education na nagkaroon ng confidential funds. At sabi nga ni Senator Cayetano, dapat daw ay ilagay na lang ito, dapat dati daw isinuggest niya na ilagay na lang ito sa Office of the Vice President dahil nga merong kapangyarihan itong Office of the Vice President na humiling ng confidential funds, pero sinabi na sa Department of Education na lamang daw ito ilagay, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. So far wala pang nagtatanong ng mga judges, wala pang mga judges na humiling ng magkaroon ng clarification. It's been 2 hours, Bojelo, pero tanging ang ating mga panig ng prosecution at ng defense pa lamang ang natutunghayan natin.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, kasi kung matatandaan natin, ang sabi ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Francis Escudero na ang interpolation o interjection nitong mga Senator Judges ay pagkatapos na lamang nitong direct examination ng prosecution at cross-examination naman ng defense panel. Kaya yung mga Senator Judge natin ay nag-aantay lamang. So, ngayon ay direct examination pa lang yung nangyari, Bombo Genesis, nag-break na sila. Mamaya pagbalik ay siguro pag natapos na agad yung direct, magko-cross na yung depensa at doon pa lamang magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng clarificatory questions itong mga Senator Judge natin kaugnay sa tinatalakay ngayong araw, Bombo Genesis.
Parang mangyayari ngayon, nababanggit mo kanina, Bombo Jello, na parang isa lamang yung witness na posibleng maisalang ngayong araw kasi let's say magre-resume ang trial by 1 p.m. Nasa simula pa lamang si Attorney Kapunan, I understand, ng kanyang presentation, hindi pa yata tayo pumigit na doon sa presentation na yan. So parang isang witness lang talaga yung kakayanin ngayong araw kung sakasakali.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, kasi kung pagbabatayan natin at babalikan natin ang mga nagiging katanungan nitong si Attorney Lorna Kapunan ay parang ika nga nagwa-warm up pa lang, kasi nandito pa lang sila sa pagtalakay sa Office of the Vice President. Isusunod pa dyan, Bombo Genesis, ang mga paggasta nitong Department of Education sa pananungkulan ni Vice President Duterte bilang kalihim noon, di ba? Kaya't malamang sa malamang, Bombo Genesis, hindi matatapos ang dalawang witness ngayon at sana matapos, Bombo Genesis, itong isang witness ngayon kasi hindi natin masisigurado. Babalik sila ng alauna. So meron na lamang silang 2 oras, Bombo Genesis, para mag cross-examination at baka mag-redirect ulit yung prosecution at mag-recross ulit yung depensa bago naman makapagtanong itong mga Senator Judge natin. At mapapansin naman natin, batay sa ating obserbasyon, itong ating mga Senator Judge ay tila marami din ang mga ibinabatong katanungan sa magkakabilang panig, pati sa ating witness, upang magkaroon sila ng mas malinaw na pag-intindi at mas malinaw na paliwanag sa kung paano nga ang naging proseso o pag-audit nitong confidential funds na na-withdraw ng Office of the Vice President at Department of Education, Bombo Genesis.
Parang may tatlong pagkakataon ng nabanggit ni Attorney Michael Puwa na subject for cross-examination. So medyo marami-rami na yata yung kanilang tatanungin, Bombo Jello, kasi during the time na tinatanong ni Senator Cheese kung merong may nais ipahayag ang defense team, sabi lang ni Attorney Pua is subject for cross-examination. Yung bilang ko mga 3 o 4 yata so basing from that, medyo marami-rami sigurong mga itatanong mamaya si Attorney Pua doon sa kanilang time para sa kanilang cross-examination, Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, at binibilang nga lang, kung mapapansin natin, Bombo Genesis, nagiging mabilis din ang proseso nitong direct examination, kasi nabawasan na itong mga objection mula dito sa panig ng depensa sa tuwing nagpipresenta ng testigo itong ating prosecution. At tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, binibilang na lang o minamark na lang nitong panig ng depensa ang kanilang mga cross examination pagtapos nga nitong direct examination ni Attorney Kapunan. Dahil doon, medyo napapabilis din ang proseso nitong direct, recross at redirect o recross ng magkabilang panig. Dahil naman doon, Bombo Genesis ay nabibigyan naman ng pagkakataon na yung proseso ng pagdinig kada araw sa bawat testigo ay bumibilis. Sadyang tumatagal lang tayo, Bombo Genesis, dahil nga sa mga pagkakataong katulad ng kanina doon sa stipulation of evidence at doon din sa pagtatanong. Depende rin sa pagtatanong ng ating mga senator judge kung nagkakaroon kasi sa Bombo Genesis ng round 1, round 2 at minsan ay round 3 at medyo minsan pa nga ay nagkakaroon pa ng problema doon sa oras na ibinibigay sa kanila kasi yung iba lumalagpas at yung iba nagrereklamo nga kasi hindi sila nabibigyan ng parehong pagkakataon na matanong ang lahat ng kanilang mga katanungan sa witness, sa panig ng prosecution at depensa, Bombo Genesis.
Panghuling punto lamang dyan, Bombo Jello, bago ka namin pakawalan. Doon sa kung ikukumpara natin sa naunang article, yung Article 4 dati, mababalikan natin na napakarami mga objections si Attorney Narvasa at Attorney Villanueva. From time to time, halos every minute, meron tayong maririnig ng mga objection. Ngayon, parang 3 pa lamang yung bilang ko doon sa nababanggit ni yung mga objections ni Attorney Michael Pua. Yung isa kanina, I have to object on that, sabi niya, dahil doon sa parang conclusion of law na yung nababanggit ni Kapunan. Yun yung pinakatumatak. So parang tatlo, tama ba yung bilang ko? Parang 3 objection pa lamang yung inire-raise na Attorney Pua within 1 to 2 hours na pag-usad ng trial, Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, kasi kung ating babalikan at sa ating obserbasyon naman, yung naunang article o ang Article 4, Bombo Genesis, which is ang grave threat o manaybanta sa buhay ng Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., First Lady Lisa Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez, ay ang pagpipresenta naman itong si Attorney Ligutan, Bombo Genesis, ay tila inuudyok o parang nagkakaroon ng konklusyon kaya't marami ang objection mula sa depensa. At kung mapapansin naman natin, itong Article 1, Bombo Genesis, ay pawang puro technical ang pinag-uusapan at nakabase itong mga itinatanong ni Attorney Kapunan sa witness natin base dito sa mga dokumentong inilalahad sa impeachment court at sa ating mga senator judge. Kaya't mapapansin natin, limitado ang objection nitong depensa dahil nag-o-object lang naman itong depensa kung merong mga statement mula sa kabilang kampo na tila ba mayroong conclusion sa nagpapatuloy na impeachment trial, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. Maraming salamat. From time to time, balikan ka namin dyan. Maraming salamat, Bombo Jello.
At yan muna ang latest mula dito sa Senado ng Pilipinas. Ako si Bombo Angelo Ganan and this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country. Your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo.
Karagdagan pa rin pong mga balita mula pa rin dyan sa may Senate Impeachment Court. Si Bombo Jaira Hangayo. Bombo Jai, kamusta dyan? Balik po tayo mamaya sa linya ni Bombo Jaira, mga kabombo, mula pa rin po dyan sa may bahagi po sa atin pong remote studio. Again, inuulit po natin, may sarili pong studio, ang Bombo Radio Philippines, remote studio sa loob mismo ng Senado ng Pilipinas. At dyan po natin sinusubaybayan ang pag-usad po ng kaso or ito hong trial laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Bombo Jai?
Hello, Bombo Genesis, nakabreak kayo noong Senate Impeachment Court at kung makikita natin, balikan natin mga
Okay. Mamaya, balikan po natin ang linya ni Bombo Jai, mga kabombo, habang tinutukoy po pa rin natin yung mga umuusad ng kaganapan dyan sa may mataas na kapulungan. Kung babalikan po natin, ito na ho yung regular na schedule ngayon. No? Kasi dati kung ating pong babalikan, ng schedule dati ay mula alas 2 ng hapon. Alauna, magsisimula na po ang ating coverage ng alauna. No? Pero alas 2, nagsisimula po ang trial laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. So alas 2, natatapos po tayo, alas 6, alas 5, alas 6, even alas 7, alas 8. There was a time na more than 8 p.m. pa po tayo. Maabot na po tayo ng alas 8 ng gabi. No? Sa ngayon, ito na po ang magiging regular schedule na po natin. Alas 10 po yung simula ng trial mga kabombo at magpapatuloy po ito ng alas 2. Kung mag-extend man hanggang alas 3 po ng hapon. Immediately after ng alas 3 ay magkukonvene po muli ang Senado para ho sa kanilang regular session. Hindi bilang isang impeachment court, kundi bilang isang legislative body or legislative institution. Ito yung main function ng Senado, mga kabombo, bilang ating part ng Kongreso na nakafocus doon sa legislative function ho nito. Anyway, doon sa naunang paliwanag ho ng Senate Impeachment Court via Senator Chis Escudero, hanggang alas 2 lamang supposedly, pero pwede mag-extend hanggang alas 3 or dyan na po matatapos ang bawat trial day ng Senate Impeachment Court. Pero there will be extensions. Kung meron mga extension, sabi ko niya noon, pwedeng lalagpas ng kaunti or ng bahagya. Base na rin po yan sa magiging desisyon ng Senate Impeachment Court. And usually ang ating pong regular or ang ating special coverage ay nagsisimula po mga alas 9:45 ho ng umaga. Kaya matutunghayan po ninyo ang ating pong tuloy-tuloy na coverage. Nagpapatuloy pa rin pong trial laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Sa ilang mga updates natin, mga kabombo, habang inihanda po natin ilan pang mga development dyan sa may Senate Impeachment Court, sinabi ho ng isang dating defense counsel sa Corona trial na hindi ho magtatagumpay ang tangkang pagharang ni Attorney Manasseh Carpio na siya pong mister ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa pagbubukas ng kanyang bank at tax record kaugnay ng impeachment trial. Ayon kay Attorney Jose Roy III, dati pong presidente at law dean ng pamantasan ng lungsod ng Maynila, dati ring miyembro ng defense team sa Corona impeachment trial, malinaw daw ho sa batas ang tinatawag na absolute community of property. Ito'y isang sistema kung saan ang mga ari-arian at yaman ng isang individual na kasal ay itinuturing ding pagmamay-ari ng kanyang asawa. Dahil dito ay giniit ni Attorney Roy na hindi lusot ang mga bank at tax records ni Attorney Carpio sa paglilitis ng impeachment court laban sa pangalawang Pangulo kahit pa kanya itong tatangkayin. Balik ko tayo sa linya ni Bombo Jai. Bombo Jai.
Bombo, Genesis, nakita natin na naka-break ngayon ang Senate Impeachment Court at kung babalikan nga natin kanina, may mga issue umanong kailangang linawin sa ilang acknowledgement receipts na inihain ng prosekusyon sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial dito kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ayon sa kay Defense Counsel na si Attorney Michael Poa, handa ang depensa na kilalanin o i-stipulate ang karamihan sa mga dokumentong iniharap ng prosekusyon maliban sa mga acknowledgement receipts na may petsang December 21 to December 23, December 31, year 2022. Sinabi ni Attorney Poa na may mga usapin kaugnay ng mga naturang resibo at tatalakayin pa umano ng iba pang testigo sa mga susunod na pagdinig, ngunit tumanggi muna siyang magbigay ng karagdagang detalye. Narito pakinggan natin, balikan natin ang naging pahayag dito ni Attorney Michael Poa.
So upon consulting with my colleagues as well as the opposing counsel, the defense is willing to stipulate on the list of documents provided except for the acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022. Because one...
what period is that again, Counsel?
Acknowledgement receipts for the period covering December 21 to 31, 2022, Your Honor.
December 21 to 22.
To 31, 2022.
To 12/31, 2022.
Yes, that's correct. December 21 to December 31, 2022. That's correct, Your Honors. Your Honors, just for the information of the Honorable Court, although these are were labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately. And there are issues concerning these acknowledgement receipts that I believe will also be touched upon by other witnesses in the future. And for those reasons, Your Honors, we cannot stipulate on the same.
How many pieces of documentary evidence would constitute these acknowledgement receipts covering this period, approximately?
Approximately at least 900, Your Honors.
So that's about 900 over 3,000 plus, counsel for the panel.
Samantala, tumagi rin ang depensa na kilalanin bilang stipulated fact ang pahayag ng prosekusyon na nakatanggap ang Office of the Vice President ng 125 million pesos na confidential funds noong December 20, 2022 na muna nagastos sa loob lamang ng 11 days. Dahil dito inaasahang magiging sentro naman sa susunod ng mga pagdinig ang pagtatalo ng magkabilang panig hinggil sa mga dokumento at paggamit ng confidential funds na bahagi ng unang articles of impeachment complaint laban dito kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Narito pa ang tinig ni Attorney Michael Poa.
Stipulations, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel.
Secondly, that the Office of the Vice President was allotted confidential funds in the amount of 125 million in December of 2022.
We are okay to stipulate with counter stipulation that this was approved by the Office of the President as recommended by the DBM, Your Honor.
What does counsel for the panel of prosecutors state?
No, Your Honor. Oh, yes? Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes.
In deference to the President. Yes, Your Honor.
So yes, the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, subject to the qualification of the counsel for respondent, is deemed admitted to and stipulated on. May proceed, counsel.
Ayon dito kay Attorney Michael Poa, wala naman umunong pagtutol ang defense team sa stipulation ng mga dokumento, ngunit nais muna nilang matukoy ang eksaktong mga dokumentong isasama dahil sa dami ng mga ito. Sa aspetong legal homogenesis, itong stipulation of documents ay isang kasunduan ng magkabilang panig na tanggapin ang pagiging tunay o admissibility ng ilang dokumento upang hindi na kailanganing patunayan pa ang bawat isa sa pamamagitan ng hiwa-hiwalay ng mga testigo. Layunin nitong mapabilis ang paglilitis ng hindi isinasakripisyo ang due process. Ipinunto rin ni Attorney Michael Poa na bagamat bukas ang depensa sa naturang proseso, kailangan pa rin nilang tiyakin na mapangalagaan itong karapatan ng kanilang kliyente, lalo na napakarami ng mga dokumentong nakapaloob sa mga kahong iniharap ng prosekusyon. Ipinapakita ng hakbang na ito na habang parehong layunin ng prosekusyon at ang depensa ang mas efficient na takbo nitong impeachment trial ay nananatiling mahalaga naman sa dalawang panig ang pagsunod sa tamang proseso at ang pagtiyak na ang lahat ng ebidensya ay maayos na matutukoy at maproseso bago ito tanggapin ng impeachment court. Bombo Genesis?
Sa panig ng defense, Bombo Jai, siguro napansin din ng mga kababayan, mga listeners, mga viewers natin, medyo limitado ngayon yung pag-raise ng objection ni Attorney Poa, no? Unlike doon sa naunang dalawang counsel for the respondent, si Attorney Narvasa at Attorney Butuan, Bombo Jai.
Natin kanina, parang nasa 3, 4 lamang na pag-object dito ni Attorney Michael Poa. Kasi kung nakikita natin dito sa usapin ng Article 1, according nga sa House Prosecution panel, puro technicalities ang napag-uusapan or mas technical ang mga termino na ginagamit dito at napag-uusapan, nakikita nga natin. Kung i-compare natin sa previous na article na tinalakay doon, Article 4, yung grave threat, compare dito sa Article 1 na impeachment, doon kasi Bombo Genesis, yung questions doon, with ayon sa panig ng depensa, hindi naman nila kine-question na hindi totoo yung video but yung authenticity. Kung yung video ba ay tama, yung video ba ay made ng AI, yung video ba ay nasa tamang date or what. Pero itong Article 1, confidential funds, Bombo Genesis, ay more on the receipts, more on dates, more on sa numbers and digits, involving yung pera dito, mga resibo dito. So nakikita natin, kung tumatalakay dito sa grave threat, ay mga umano'y misconduct, betrayal of public trust at iba pang aligasyon na may kaugnayan sa mga pahayag ni Vice President, mas nakatuon yun yung depensa sa pagtutol sa admissibility at relevance ng testimonya at mga video reference. Dito sa Article 1, Bombo Genesis, upang maintindihan no, ng ating mga listeners and viewers, iba dito yung medyo taktika no, ng depensa sa halip na tutulan ang kabuuan ng mga dokumentong inihain ng prosekusyon ay pumayag na sila no, na stipulate ang karamihan sa mga documentary evidence, and sa legal view dito napapakita ito na mas pinipili ngayon ng depensa na maging selective sa kanilang mga objections no, sa halip na questionin ang lahat ng mga documents, nakatuon sila sa mga evidences na maaaring magkaroon ng pinakamalaking epekto dito sa Article 1. At ang ganitong klase na strategy no, ng defense team ay nagbibigay ng daan sa depensa na ituon ang kanilang cross-examination at legal arguments sa mga dokumentong itunuturing nilang critical dito sa kaso. Mahalaga nga no, yung sinabi dito na sinabi ni Attorney Michael Powa na tandaan natin no, na may issue umano dito sa acknowledgement receipts, ngunit hindi pa niya isiniwalat kung anong mga ito at ipinahihawatig nito na hindi pa inilalabas ng depensa ang kanilang buong legal theory kaugnay ng mga dokumentong ito at maaaring gawin nila ito sa pag-cross-examine sa mga susunod na testigo o sa mismong presentasyon ng kanilang ebidensya. Now, kung may tanong dito, Bombo Genesis, ano naman ibig sabihin nito pagdating dito sa impeachment trial? No? Sa Article 4, naging sentro ang pagtatalo sa admissibility, relevance, and legal interpretation ng mga payag at video evidence. Dito sa Article 1, ang sentro naman ay financial documents, audit procedures, acknowledgement receipts, liquidation reports, at commission on audit rules. At dahil dito mas technical ang usapin at mas nakabatay sa documentary evidence, kung sa view ng legal observers, usapin dito, kakabreak lang no, sa Article 1 na pag-uusapan. Ang nagiging hakbang ng defense team sa Article 1 ay nagpapakita na hindi nila layunin na harangin muna no, ang lahat ng mga ebidensya ng prosekusyon. Sa halip, tila pinipili nilang hamunin lamang ang mga dokumentong itinuturing nilang pinakamahalaga sa pagpapatunay ng pangunahing aligasyon. Ito nga yung paggamit at pag-liquidate ng confidential funds noong December year 2022 at kung bakit ito ang kanilang piniling tutukan ay maaaring maging mas malinaw habang nagpapatuloy ang testimonya ng mga susunod na witness at sa paglalatag ng depensa sa sarili nitong kaso, Bombo Genesis.
Sa panig ng defense pa rin, Bombo Jai, may kahalili ba si Attorney Puwa? Kasi Attorney Puwa has been dyan sa may part ng impeachment court mula noong nagkaroon ng tawag dito, nagkaroon ng message from Representative Cheljok, no? Mula noon, it's been I think 5 trial days mula noon hanggang ngayon, Bubujay. Siya pa rin ang tumatayo. Wala siyang kahalili or walang papalit sa kanya.
Oh, as per Attorney Michael Powa, sinabi naman Bombo Genesis na siya dito yung tatayo no, for the cross-examination sa usapin ng Article 1 dito sa confidential funds, knowing na si Attorney Michael Powa ay naging tagapagsalita rin no, ng Department of Education noong time ng Secretary itong si Vice President Sara Duterte ng Department of Education involving no, dito sa mga confidential fund issues sa Office of the Vice President and ng Department of Education. So we are presuming no, na si Attorney Michael Moa is more knowledgeable pagdating dito, although napag-uusapan naman ng kanilang defense team and defense counsel when it comes to mga objections or cross-examination, nagkakaisa sila dito. But then, Attorney Michael Powa, sinabi naman niya sa atin o sa ating exclusive interview na siya dito yung tatayo dito sa usapin ng confidential funds dito sa patuloy na paglilitis dito kay Vice President Sara Duterte, Bombo Genesis.
Kasi maalala ko, Bombo Jai, yung naunang issue ng House Prosecution Panel na si Attorney Powa ay isasalang bilang witness din diyan sa confidential funds dahil siya nga yung tagapagsalita noon ng Department of Education holding the position of Assistant Secretary yata kung di tayo nagkakamali. So kung sakaling ganito, may nababanggit ba ang defense panel kung ano yung kanilang strategy kung sakaling kung sakaling ang isasalang din siya bilang testigo kasi nakalista siya bilang witness o bujay.
As of this moment, Bombo Genesis, si Attorney Michael Powa ay hindi nagbibigay noon ng information about that. But then, kung may nakalista nga doon no, sa prosecution panel as pagiging witness dito no, ni Attorney Michael Powa, isa sa part nga no, before nung nakita natin sa Article 4, itong si Zuleika Lopez ay parang hostile witness. So, kumbaga, Pero dito sa kay Attorney Michael Powa, makita natin yung character dito ni Attorney Michael Powa na he is willing actually to submit din no, sa mga ganitong usapin, knowing na yung kanyang mga testimonies, yung kanyang mga ilalakad dito ay for sure no, may meaning for sure dito, mako-confirm kung ano man yung mga nais i-ask ng prosecution. At yun nga, alam natin na naging spokesperson siya ng Department of Education and is more knowledgeable pagdating sa usapin dito. Although may mga issues no concerning din na dito sa Office of the Vice President, mga funds dito no, confidential funds, receipts dito, ay willing naman dito si Attorney Michael Powa na mag-stand no bilang part ng witness. But kung makukuha natin later no si Attorney Michael Powa, Bombo Genesis, ay tatatungin natin siya kung he is willing ba talaga dito no na tumayo as part of the witness dito sa usapin ng confidential funds against Vice President Sara Duterte.
Is this a tactics ng defense, Bubujay? Kasi di ba? Kasi kabisado niya yung issue ng confidential funds under sa Department of Education, as spokesperson ni Vice President Sara nung siya ay kalihim. So, pwede bang taktika kaya ito ng defense na siya mismong patayuin?
Actually, kung titingnan na natin, if we're talking about strategies, no, we know na vocal dito yung magkaibang panig, dalawang panig, prosecution and the defense team, without discussing the merits of the case, lalo na sa media. No. Kung titingnan natin sa legal view, sa kung pagdating dito sa mga strategies no sa panig ng defense team, actually is kind of more favorable, Bombo Genesis, sa panig ng depensa. If i-accept nito ni Attorney Michael Powa as to stand dito bilang witness no sa usapin ng confidential funds, kasi nga magiging hindi naman limited but magiging favorable yung part na usapin na if ever may mga questions dito, he is competent no to counter kung ano man yung mga questions dito na i-ask sa kanya ng prosecution if si Attorney Michael Powa mismo no yung magiging witness dito, Bombo Genesis. So, kanya-kanyang mga legal strategies actually naman yung ginagawa dito ng dalawang panig, Bombo Genesis.
Bagay, mahaba-haba pa yan, Bumbujoy, ano? Maraming mga trial days ang hiningi dito ng House Prosecution Panel. Sige, from time to time, maki-update tayo dyan and hopefully mapagbigyan din tayo ng defense team sa ating hiling na interview, no, Bumbujoy. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Bombo Genesis. Actually, 30 days ito yung ginugol dito, no, sa usapin ng confidential funds. So, abangan talaga natin no, na mahabang usapin dito kasi more on receipts and money issues dito, Bombo Genesis. At live dito mula sa Senado ng Pilipinas, ito si Bombo Jaira Hangayo. And this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country. Your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radyo, Bombo.
Oras natin, meron na lamang tayong 15 minuto bago sumapit mga kabombo ang alauna ho ng hapon. Update din tayo mamaya sa panig po ng House Prosecution Panel sa pamamagitan ni Bombo Anali Soberano. Mula pa rin po dyan sa may mataas na kapulungan o dyan po sa may Senate Impeachment Court. Ang issue daw ho ng impeachment, hindi ho usaping politikal, kundi usaping pananagutan. Yung pong video ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte, itinuturing ho ito bilang pinakamatibay na ebidensya ng isa ho sa mga private prosecutor or counsel for the prosecution ng House Prosecution Panel. Si Bombo Isa para ho sa kanyang exclusive report.
Naniniwala si House Prosecutor Attorney Amado Ligutan na ang pinakamabigat na ebidensya ng House Prosecution Panel sa Article 4 o grave threats ay ang mismong video kung saan maririnig si Vice President Sara Duterte na nagbabanta laban sa Pangulo. Anya, mahalagang personal itong makita at marinig ng publiko at ng mga senator judges upang sila mismo ang humusga batay sa ebidensya. Sa eksklusibong panayam ng Bombo Radio Philippines, aminado si Ligutan na isa sa pinakamalaking hamon ng prosecution ay ang pagpapatunay na ang video ay tunay at hindi splice o gawa ng AI. Dahil dito, humaba ang talakayan sa teknikal na aspeto ng ebidensya. Sinagot din anya nila ang depensa na emosyon lamang ang naging dahilan ng pahayag ni Duterte sa pamamagitan ng pagpapakita na may nauna ng pahayag ang Vice Presidente tungkol sa umano'y pagkuha ng taong papatay sa Pangulo bago pa ang naturang Zoom conference. Dagdag pa ni Ligutan, hindi lamang ang isang video ang kanilang iniharap kundi ilan pang mga recordings na umano'y nagpapakita ng pattern ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Kaugnay niyan, pakinggan natin ang eksklusibong panayam ng Bombo Radyo Philippines kay Attorney Amando Ligutan.
Sabi lang daw ng tao, kasi nga parang of the persecution that yung sinasabi niya that she was undergoing during that time. Pero nasa ebidensya na yan, nasa record na yan, na hindi po pwedeng sabihin na that was only an emotional outburst or reaction. Kasi nga, yung totoo, tapos na yung pakikipagkontrata. Tapos na yun eh. Sinabi lang niya na nakipagkontrata na ako. So yung gabing iyon, November 23, 2024, hindi yun yung time na nakipagkontrata yung tao. Tapos na, even prior to November 23, 2024. So yun yung konteksto nun. Tsaka isang bagay pa dapat maintindihan ng ating mga ng taong bayan, ng ating mga kababayan, na hindi lang isang video yung ipinakita ng prosecution. Yung video ng naging now infamous media briefing, isa lang yan sa mga marami pang video, ebidensya, nagpapakita talaga yung pattern of behavior ng respondent sa
Giniligutan na simpleng political statements lamang ang pahayag na tinukoy sa impeachment trial. Anya, nagkabatay ang kanilang kaso sa mga dokumento, video at iba pang ebidensyang iniharap sa korte. Para kay Ligutan, ang mga nagsasabing may political angle. Ang impeachment ay naglalayong ilihis lamang ang atensyon ng publiko sa pangunahing issue kung karapat dapat pa bang manatili sa pwesto ang isang opisyal na umano'y nagbanta laban kay Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Muli, ang tinig ni Atty. Amando Ligutan sa eksklusibong panayam ng Bombo Radyo Philippines.
Yung political statement ng prosecutors, siguro yung sagot sa tanong na iyan, hindi po pwedeng atakihin yung nagdadala ng mensahe. No? Kami yung nagdadala ng mensahe na talaga may pagbabanta. Okay? Yung ebidensya mismo, galing mismo sa bibig ng Vice President. So yung sinasabing may political angle, political persecution, political attack. Ano yan? That's noise. Ingay yan. Yung purpose niyan is malihis yung atensyon ng publiko sa ano ba yung issue? Ano ba yung issue sa threat sa destabilization? Yung issue is karapat dapat pa bang magpatuloy as Vice President yung isang tao na nakipagkontrata na sa isang mamamatay tao?
Ngayong linggo, nakatuon na ang impeachment trial sa Article 1 na tumatalakay sa umano'y misuse of confidential funds ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ito si Bombo Isa Cotoner and this is Bombo Radyo Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country, your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radyo, Bombo!
Oras natin, meron na lamang ko tayong 10 minuto bago sumapit ang alauna ng hapon, mga kabombo. Mamayang alauna ay inaasahan na pong mag-resume. Babalik ko muli ang trial laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Day number 11 ho tayo, week number 5 sa ating pong nagpapatuloy na pagtutok sa impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa ibang mga development ho tayo, pinuna ni dating Commission on Audit Commissioner Heidi Mendoza ang naging pahayag na Attorney Michael Poa kaugnay ng bank records ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ayon kay Attorney Poa, kung may pumasok at lumabas na 1,000 pesos sa account ng Vice Presidente, ay magre-reflect umano ito bilang 2,000 pesos sa transaction flow. Mariing itinuwid ni Mendoza ang naturang pahayag at sinabing hindi yun papasok sa monitoring system ng Anti-Money Laundering Council kung maliit na halaga lamang. Kaya masasabing malaking pera talaga ang pumasok at lumabas sa account ng pangalawang Pangulo. Kaya ho nagkaroon ng matatawag na red flag. Dagdag pa ng dating commissioner, mahalagang nabuksan ng bank accounts upang matukoy kung ano ang naiwan na dapat ideklara sa Statement of Assets, Liabilities and Net Worth ng pangalawang Pangulo. Ipinaliwanag din ni Mendoza na dahil isang public official ang principal o ang kliyente ni Attorney Poa, may obligasyon siyang magbigay ng paliwanag kung bakit may malalaking halaga ng pera na pumapasok at lumalabas sa kanyang sariling bank accounts. Ang ganitong pagbabantay ay nakaugat sa mandato ng Anti-Money Laundering Council na naglalayong masubaybayan ang malalaking transaction upang maiwasan ng kategoryan at ang iligal na paggamit ng pondo. Ang issue sa pagbubukas nga ng bank at tax records ay lumitaw sa gitna pa rin po yan ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte kung saan binibigyang diin ng mga kritiko ang kahalagahan ng transparency, pagiging bukas at tamang deklarasyon ng yaman ng mga opisyal ng gobyerno. Sa kasaysayan, naging sensitibo po ang usapin ng bank record sa mga impeachment proceedings gaya ho ng kaso ni dating Chief Justice Renato Corona. Nagbukas ng mas malalim na diskurso hinggil yan sa accountability ng mga matataas na opisyal ng pamahalaan. Sa ibang updates tayo, nanindigan naman mga kabombo ang abogado ni late 1st District Representative Martin Romualdez hindi raw tatakas ang dating House Leader at nanatiling nasa Pilipinas. Ang Attorney Fajardo patuloy ang paggampan ng naturang mambabatas sa kanyang tungkulin bilang kinatawan ng kanyang distrito. Iginit po ng abogado na nakahanda ang kanyang kliyente na harapin ang preliminary investigation ng Office of the Ombudsman. Gayon din ang mga alegasyon laban sa kanya. May kaugnayan pa rin po yan sa flood control scandal sa pagitan ng maayos na proseso. Binigyang din niya na walang ebidensya laban sa dating House Speaker dahil hindi siya sangkot sa pagsasabatas ng 2025 national budget maliban pa sa paglagda nito at sa pagpapatupad ng flood control projects sa iba pang bahagi ng ating bansa. Nakita rin niya sa findings ang unang nabuwag na Independent Commission for Infrastructure ang kakulangan ng ebidensya laban sa dating House Speaker. Kaugnay pa rin po sa usapin ng umano'y anomalya, mga kabombo at pagsasampa ho ng kaso, ang National Bureau of Investigation kinumpirma na ipapadala na ho ngayong araw yung sabina laban kina Representative Leandro Leviste at kay dating Representative Jing Paras. Kaugnay pa rin po yan sa kontrobersyal na honey trap operation. Abangan po yan mamaya sa report or nasa linya ho natin si Bombo Gran Hilario para po sa dagdag ng detalye ng balitang yan. Bombo Gran?
Yes, Bombo Genesis, kinumpirma ni National Bureau of Investigation Director Attorney Melvin Matibag na ipapadala na ngayong araw mga sabina kina Batangas 1st District Representative Leandro Leviste at former Negros Oriental Representative Jing Paras. Nakausap na niya ang Regional Director ng Kaunihana at ibinahagi na ang mga sabina ay nakatakdang silbi ngayong Lunes matapos po naman pang Biyernes. Kung kaya't alinsunod sa pagpapadala ng mga sabina, inaasahan na tutugon at harap sa tanggapan ng ahensya sina Representative Leviste at dating mamabatas Giras sa darating na Webes. Ang mga nabanggit kasing individual ang assassination sa ilang mga
balikan po natin mamayang linya ni Bombo Gran Hilario mula pa rin po dyan sa may National Bureau of Investigation, mga kabombo, at kaugnay pa rin po ito doon sa ipapadala po na sabtina ng National Bureau of Investigation laban kina Representative Leandro Leviste. Medyo controversial ho ito, mga kabombo, kung mababalikan po natin yung sinasabing nagkaroon ng honey trap operation. Meron pong ilang mga individual, pasintabi ho sa mga menor de edad na nakikinig at nanonood po sa atin ngayon, pero ang nilalaman po nito ay tungkol ho doon sa ilang mga individual na sinasabing kinausap daw ng kampo kinausap umano ng kampo nitong si Leviste para gawan ho ng anomalya or gawan ng sexual anomaly or sexual scandal ang ilang mga matataas na opisyal. Si Bombo Gran muli sa kanyang report. Bombo Gran.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Kung kaya't alinsunod niya doon sa pagpapadala ng naturang mga sabina, inaasahan na tutugon at harap sa tanggapan ng ahensya sina Representative Leviste at dating mamabatas na si Jing Paras sa darating naman niya na Webes. Ang mga nabanggit kasing individual ay katulad nga ng nabanggit mo ay nasasangkot sa sinasabing planong character assassination o tinatawag din bilang honey trap sa ilang mga opisyal ng gobyerno. Kaugnay niyan, ating pakinggan si Attorney Melvin Matibag, ang kasulukuyang direktor ng National Bureau of Investigation.
Sir, uno po yung sabina kina Representative Leviste at Congressman Jing Paras na napadala na po natin.
I talked to Regional Director Attorney Dongalo. He is sending it today. It was already signed last Friday but close of office hours. So it will be sent today.
And we are expecting po na dumating
Thursday. Yun yung sinabi sa akin ni RD Dongalo.
Ayon pa kay Attorney Melvin Matibag, bagamat mayroong mga opisyal na target biktimahin gamit ang modus operandi, ang tiyak pa lamang sa kasalukuyan ay ang plano laban kay Executive Secretary Ralph Recto. Patuloy pa kasing iniimbestigahan niya ng kaunihan ang patungkol sa nabistong character assassination kontra iba pang mga nasa gobyerno. Pati time frame o kung kailan nag-umpisa na ito ang honey trap ay inaalam din kung kaya't binigyan din ang kahalagaan makuha maging ang panig ng mga idinadawit na opisyal. Habang ibinahagi naman ng direktor na nakikipag-ugnayan na sa kanila ang company Executive Secretary Recto patungkol sa naturang kaso. Ating muling pakinggan si Attorney Melvin Matibag, ang direktor ng National Bureau of Investigation.
We're looking into it. But ang maliwanag ngayon si Executive Secretary Recto yung subject nila. Well, we have to establish kung ano yung time frame. That's why we are subpoenaing the persons mentioned by the personalities na nahuli natin. By coordination he will be sending his lawyers also.
Kung babalikan nag-ugatan na ang aligasyon ng matagumpay may sugawa ng National Bureau of Investigation National Capital Region ang entrapment operation sa isang 5-star hotel sa Maynila. Nagbunga para masagip ilang kababahian at tuloy ang pagkakaresto ng talent manager. Matapos ito idinawit ng naaresto ang sinasabing plano ng dating mamabatas na gamitin ang bugaw para sirain pagkatao ni Executive Secretary Recto at ang financer na itinuro ay si Representative Leandro Laviste.
Ito po si Bombo Grant Hilario and this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country. Your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radyo, Bombo!
Mga Kabombo Caster Nation, at muli babalik ko tayo sa ating pong special coverage mamayang alauna ho ng hapon para ho sa nagpapatuloy na trial laban sa pangalawang Pangulo. Day number 11, week number 5 ng impeachment trial. Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, pwede po ninyong tutukan ng ating pong 32 stations nationwide para po sa mga karagdagang detalye, mga mahahalagang mga balita sa Visayas area, sa mga kababayan po natin dyan, sa may bahagi po ng Iloilo Province, nariyan ng Bombo Radio Iloilo at Star FM Iloilo. Ang Bombo Radio Bacolod at Star FM Bacolod sa may Negros area. Ang Bombo Radio Cebu at Star FM Cebu sa may bahagi po ng Cebu Province at mga kadaling probinsya. At dyan po sa may Capiz Province, nariyan ang Bombo Radio Rojas at Star FM Rojas. Sa Aklan, nariyan po ang Bombo Radio Kalibo at dyan po sa may bahagi po ng Tacloban, nariyan ang Bombo Radio Tacloban. Muli, sama-sama ho tayong manalangin, narito ang Orasio Emperata for Deliverance from Calamities.
Almighty Father, we raise our hearts to you in gratitude for the wonders of creation of which we are part, for your providence in sustaining us in our needs, and for your wisdom that guides the course of the universe. We acknowledge our sins against you and the rest of creation. Nature. We have confused your command to subdue the earth. The environment is made to suffer our wrongdoing, and now we reap the harvest of our abuse and indifference. Global warming is upon us. Typhoons, floods, volcanic eruption, and other natural calamities occur in increasing number and intensity. We turn to you, our loving Father, and beg forgiveness for our sins. We ask that we, our loved ones, and our hard-earned possessions be spared from the threat of calamities, natural and man-made. We beseech you to inspire us all to grow into responsible stewards of your creation and generous neighbors to those in need. Amen.
Na pong kalipunan ng ating balitaan para sa pangtanghaling edisyon ng Bombo Network News, ang back-to-back winner sa Catholic Mass Media Awards bilang Best News Program. Mula rito sa News Center Makati, this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country, your trusted source of news and information, Basta Radio. Bombo!
Mga benepisyo nga makuha sa brisk walking. Una, pagsunog sa kalorya. Ikaduha, pagpaligoon sa kasing-kasing. Ikatulo, makatabang sa pagpaubos sa blood sugar. Ikaapat, makapahupay sa sakit sa lutahan. Ikalima, magpaligoon sa immune system og enerhiya. Ug ikaunom, makatabang kini nga malugwayan ang imong kinabuhi.
Mga tips aron makalaginot sa kuryente gamit ang aircon. Una, iset tali sa 24 degrees Celsius ngadto sa 26 degrees Celsius ang temperatura sa aircon. Ang matag degree nga ubos sa 25 degrees Celsius makapataas sa konsumo sa kuryente ngadto sa 10%. Ikaduha, gamita og iset ang timer. aron kini mopalong og iya pag-abot sa kadlawon o kung dili na gamiton. Ikatulo, hinloi ang filter sa aircon kada semana o kada bulan aron dili maglisod ang motor pag suyop sa hangin. Ikaapat, siguruha nga nakasilyo ang tanang bintana o pultahan aron dili makagawas ang kabugnaw. Ikalima, siguruha nga tukma ang horsepower sa aircon sa gidakon sa kwarto. Ang gamay nga aircon sa dako nga kwarto kanunay full blast nga makapadako sa kuryente. Usa ka katalingbanong pahimangno gikan sa Bombo Radyo Butuan. Basta Radio Bombo.
Ang Delta Discovery Park usa ka nindot nga suryanan sa mga mahilig og adventure. Sulayi ang kalingawan sa ziplining sa tunga-tunga ug matahom nga mga talan-awon, mag-explore sa mga hiking trails ug mag-enjoy sa kalinaw sa palibot nga naghatag og mga talagsaong panoramic views ug usa ka higayon aron makaig-uban balik sa kinaiyahan. Kung nangita ka og adventure o kalinaw, ang Delta Discovery Park nagtanyag og usa ka talagsaong kasinatian nga magpaila sa katahom sa Agusan del Norte.
Mga tips aron makadaginot sa kuryente gamit ang aircon. Una, i-maintainer o i-control ang temperatura nga di moubos sa 75 degrees ang gibugnawon ug dili mo taas sa 23.9 degrees ang kainiton.
Ikaduha, ibutang sa lugar diin dili direktang masihagan o mabuwad sa adlaw.
Ikatulo, paggamit og insulator sama sa bagang kortina, window blinds, bildo o plywood.
Ikaapat, regular nga limpyuhan ang filter, condenser ug evaporator kung hugaw na.
Ikalima, kung magpaandar, isira kanunay ang pultahan.
Mga kasayuran alang sa paggamit og vape. Una, ang vape dili luwas nga gamiton sa imong panlawas. Ikaduha, base sa mga pagduki-duki nagsugyot na ang vaping makadaot sa imong kasing-kasing ug baga. Ikatulo, ang paggamit og electronic cigarettes susama nga maka-addict sa tradisyonal nga sigarilyo. Ug ikaupat, ang mga electronic nga sigarilyo dili hinagiban aron mohunong ang usa ka tawo sa pagpanigarilyo.
Nasuta karon sa research nga pagtagpilaw matag udto, mas makahimo kanimong creative, focus og fresh sa tibok adlaw. Usa sa mga pagstudyo nasuta nga kini makapaubos usab sa risgo sa heart attack. Katong hilig magtagpilaw nasuta nga 37% mas ubos ang tsansang mamatay gumikan na sa heart attack o guban pa nga mga coronary ailment. Kontra ni ato nga mga individual nga magtrabaho tibuok adlaw.
Mga tips aron makadaginot sa kuryente samtang naggamit og electric stove. Una, iandamdaan ang tanang rikandos usa magsugod og luto aron dili magbalik-balik og paong siga sa stove.
Ikaduha, ayaw paggamit og gamay nga kaha sa dako nga lutuanan.
Ikatulo, kung nibukal na ang tubig, pahinayi.
Ikaupat, og kung hapit nagkamahuman sa pagluto, palunga ang stove. Ang nahabiling kainit igo nga makaluto na sa imuhang putahe.
Unsaon nga magpabiling hydrated? Ania ang mga pamaagi nga magpabiling hydrated ang usa ka tawo. Una, pag-inom og tubig sa tibuok adlaw aron malikayan ang dehydration. Ikaduha, pilia ang walay asukar nga juice. Ang natural nga juice maghatag kanimo og sustansya aron magpabilin ka nga aktibo ug maamuma sa init nga panahon. Ug ikatulo, likay ang alcohol. Tungod kay ang alcohol mag-dehydrate lang diha kanimo.
Mga practical nga tips aron dili ka mahadlo ka mga istorya sa kadaghanan. Una, imbis nga sa mata, agtang ang lantawa sa imuhang mga istorya. Ikaduha, kung magnganga man ganing ka, ayaw kalimti nga muhunong sa pagistorya. Ug ang ikatulo, ayaw kalimti ang tumong sa imong pagigistorya. Sa ingon, dili ka mawala ug makalimot sa dagan niini. Mao kana ang mga tips gikan ning nagunang sibihan. Bombo Radyo Butuan. Basta Radyo Bombo.
Mga tips aron makadaginot sa kuryente gamit ang suga. Una, palunga ang suga kung mugawas ka sa kwarto o kung dili na kinigamiton. Ikaduha, gamit sa lead bulb kay daginot kini sa kuryente og mas mudugay kaysa karaan nga bumbilya. Ikatulo, hinlui ang mga suga aron dili mapiktuhan ang iyang kahayag tungod sa mga hugaw o abog. Ikaupat, ablihi ang mga bintana o kurtina aron mosulod ang normal nga kahayag og dili na kinahanglan magpasiga pa og suga. Ikalima, likay ang paggamit sa mas dako nga wattage sa suga kung dili kinahanglan. Usa ka katilingbanong pahimangno gikan sa Bombo Radyo Butuan. Basta Radio Bombo!
Mga tips aron dali muniwang. Una, pag-ehersisyo tunga ngadto sa usa ka oras kada adlaw. Ikaduha, pag-inom og tsaa nga init 30 minutos sa dili pa mukaon. Makatabang kini sa pagpadali sa paghili sa pagkaon sa lawas. Ikatulo, likayi ang sobra nga tamis nga mga pagkaon tungod kay kini makapatambok kanimo. Ikaupat, kaon og daghan og mas kanunay nga mga pagkaon nga puno sa protina sama sa itlog tungod kay kini makadugang sa enerhiya sa lawas ug makapadali sa imong metabolismo. Ug ikalima, kunhuran ang pagkaon nga taas sa carbohydrates.
Pag-maintain sa appliances o electrical systems.
Una, siguruha nga hapsay ang appliances
na sinabmit.
Witness may refer to the document and may be assisted by assisting counsels for both parties.
Based on the evaluation po ng documents, doon sa kanilang, katulad nga po nung sinabi ko kanina, doon sa katulad nung nasa first hearing po namin, since wala pa rin silang isinamit na documentary evidence of payments. So nireiterate po namin dito sa aming second AOM yung kanilang non-submission of the documentary evidence of payments. Tapos katulad din po nung sinabi ko kanina, since doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report ay merong items for the provision of medical and food aid for 40 million pesos at payment of incentives or traveling expenses relative to the confidential operations of the OBP na 10 million pesos na hindi allowable expenses based on the item 4.8 of the Joint Circular 2015-01. And also, doon sa kanilang revised accomplishment report, meron po silang item for the payment of rewards pero wala silang isinamit na any document evidencing the success of the information gathering or surveillance activities pursuant to the information given by the informer. And also, nakasama din po sa aming findings yung kanilang hindi sinabmit na special budget request at hindi rin po nila isinabmit yung proof of submission nila nung kanilang revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House. And lastly po, dun sa disbursement voucher kasi, ang nag-approve po nun ay si Assistant Secretary Limuel G. Ortonio, which is not compliant with the joint circular dahil according to the joint circular, it shall be the responsibility of the head of the agency to approve the cash advances.
Okay. So na-mention mo dito yung 40 million na ginastos ng Office of the Vice President para sa gamot, medicines.
Yes, ma'am.
Walang supporting document, Mr. Witness?
As of this time po, wala po silang binigay na supporting document.
Ito ring 10 million na ginamit bilang liquidation sa travel expenses ng Office of the Vice President para sa confidential fund. Ano-anong mga dokumento ang sinabmit para dito?
Pwede pong paulit po ng tanong, ma'am.
10 million ang sinabi mong travel funds na ginamit ng Office of the Vice President galing sa kanyang confidential funds. Meron bang sinabmit na dokumento ang Vice President para i-liquidate itong 10 million na travel funds niya?
Wala po silang sinabmit na document supporting that disbursement.
Itong mga payment of rewards, magkanong payment of rewards?
Ang kanilang payment of rewards po ay 10 million pesos based on the submitted revised accomplishment report.
Okay. Itong 10 million na ginastos o binayad ng Office of the Vice President sa mga nagbigay ng information ba to?
Payment of rewards for the...
Rewards.
Yes,
meron bang mga dokumentong sinabmit ang Presidente, Vice Office of the Vice President para i-liquidate itong paggamit ng confidential funds niya sa rewards?
Wala pong silang sinabmit na document po in support of the payment of rewards as of this time.
Ngayon,
This as of the date nung AOM po.
after issuing, sabi mo may audit observation memorandum na previously marked for reference as Exhibit P-1-12-B na common exhibit with the respondent. Pagkatapos na issue itong AOM, anong nangyari afterwards, if any?
After po namin after ma-serve ng ICFO yung both AOMs po, nagbigay si Office of the Vice President ng kanilang response.
And if I show you a copy of this response of the Office of the Vice President, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, please again, this is a stipulated document. This is
Assistant counsel of both parties may approach the witness to guide him as to the document being identified.
this is Exhibit P-1-12-C for the petitioner. Prosecution. Ito bang response ng Office of the Vice President? In-evaluate mo din?
Yes, ma'am.
At anong findings mo, if any?
Actually po, before ko na-evaluate itong response na ito, nag-submit pa sila ng additional response sa amin. At sabay po namin in-evaluate yung kanilang both responses.
So, dalawang response.
Yes, ma'am.
At ano ang findings mo sa dalawang response na to?
Sa response po kasi nila, they attached the documentary evidence of payments. So nagkaroon po kami ng finding about the various payment of rewards made based on the submitted documentary evidence of payments na naka-attach dun sa response nila in the form of acknowledgement receipts. So based on the acknowledgement receipts na sinamit po, nagkaroon sila ng payment of rewards in cash, in medicine, and in various goods. At lahat po nung kanilang payment of rewards ay walang naka-attach na any document supporting the success of the information gathering activity or surveillance activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also po, nagkaroon din sila ng various purchases based on the documentary evidence of payments. Meron po silang yung kanilang binili na medicines and various goods which were given as rewards. Yung kanilang binili na supplies, yung binili nila na tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers. Pero yung supporting document lang po nun ay acknowledgement receipt instead of official receipts or sales invoices. And also, with respect to the payment po ng tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if those purchases were really intended for the confidential operations of the OVP.
Sa joint circular na sinabi mong guidelines para sa liquidation report ng Office of the Vice President, bakit sinasabi mo na walang supporting documents itong tables and chairs na binili, itong desktop, itong medicines, itong supplies? Ano ang kailangan mo na supporting document?
Actually, since it was ang involved po ay purchases, then those purchases should have been supported with sales invoices and official receipts instead of the acknowledgement receipts lang po.
In other words, Mr. Witness, itong acknowledgement receipt, walang kasamang mga resibo.
Yes, ma'am. Wala po silang inattached na resibo.
Hindi ba confidential yan kung saan drugstore ka bumili ng medicine?
Hindi naman po siguro confidential pag kung ang pagbibilhan mo ay mga drugstore. Kasi ang confidential po mismo ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. Magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung mga grocery na binilhan ng mga sari-saring groceries at supplies, hindi ba confidential dapat ang mga pangalan ng grocery na yan?
Hindi naman po kailangan maging confidential yung pangalan ng mga groceries. Katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, ang confidential ay yung paggagamitan, hindi yung pagbibilhan. At magkaibang bagay po kasi yun.
Yung hardware stores na pinagbilhan ng mga tables and chairs tsaka desktop, hindi ba confidential yung mga pangalan ng mga hardware stores na yan?
Hindi rin po necessarily na confidential yung pangalan ng hardwares dahil yun nga po, hindi naman confidential yung pinagbilan kundi yung paggagamitan ng kanilang pondo.
Your Honor.
At this juncture, Your Honor, may we
With the permission of
manifest?
counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Yes, what is the pleasure of
Your
the
Honor,
counsel?
may
for this
we
one?
move to strike out the responses of the witness to those questions as he's not competent and qualified to answer, especially since he is not pointing to any provision of the JC as to his opinion on whether confidential o hindi ang mga pangalan ng mga drugstores, ang mga pangalan ng mga sari-sari stores, Your Honors. I think that is beyond his competence, Your Honor, as an auditor.
If I may respond.
Unless, Your Honor, he can point to a specific provision in the joint circular.
Your Honor,
Counsel
please.
for the panel for prosecutors, Attorney Capunan may respond. Before the
Your
chair
Honor,
makes a ruling.
please, Your Honor. First of all, they're asked and answered. Counsel should have timely objected when being asked. 3 times he was asked. Secondly, Your Honor, I don't think it is accurate to say that this has no basis because earlier, pinaghirapan po namin pakita yung mga particular provisions ng Joint Circular 2015 para i-point out ano-ano ang mga pwedeng gamitan ng confidential funds at ano-ano ang pwedeng paggamit or bawal na paggamit ng confidential funds. And this witness, Your Honor, based on the circular, did say that whatever activity that is must be related to the physical and financial plans submitted by the Office of the Vice President and or the DepEd. For instance, tables and chairs, what particular surveillance activity or operation or terrorist surveillance are tables and chairs and desktops and medicines and supplies related to? The payment of rewards, Your Honor. Again, this witness cited the particular provision of the joint circular that says the payment of reward should not stop there. It should point, Your Honor, according to the joint circular, it should point to particular documents that would show or point to that activity by which the rewards were deserved, Your Honor. So
Chair
it's
will make
very
a
clear
ruling.
in the circular, Your Honor.
Chair will make a ruling. Asked and answered is correctly pointed out by counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Aside from that, the witness is competent to testify as to how he evaluated the submissions and the response letters given by the Office of the Vice President in relation to the AOMC issued that were all based on JMC number 15-01.
Your Honor,
yes,
I will
counsel
not
for
be asking for reconsideration and I will submit to the ruling of the court. I just want to make it of record that when we say asked and answered, Your Honors, I gave leeway to the opposing counsel to ask the question basically because I did not think the question was objectionable. But it is the answer that I'm asking to be stricken out based on the competence of the witness because there is no provision under the JC that says ano yung sari-sari store ay hindi confidential. But again, Your Honor, I just wanted to put that on the record, but I will abide by the ruling of the Honorable Presiding
duly
Officer,
noted,
Your Honor.
counsel for the respondent, and you may note a continuing objection should the counsel for the panel of prosecutors continue with this line of questioning. Attorney
Thank you,
Capunan,
Your
you may
Honor.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this juncture, Your Honor, may we manifest for the record that in accordance with our request for stipulation, we had presented for stipulation to counsel for the respondent 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, that would show recipients of the various amounts mentioned in relation to disbursement of confidential funds, their names, what they were spent for, and the dates of receipts, Your Honor. Sadly, counsel for the respondent has refused, despite this being common exhibits for the prosecution and defense, Your Honor, counsel has refused to stipulate. May I repeat that now? We are not stipulating as to the contents, which will be properly identified in part, because we will not present all 845, Your Honor, documents. But may we know from counsel if he
What does
will
counsel for respondent say?
attest to its existence and that these were documents they themselves, Your Honor, submitted to the COA ICFAO by way of their liquidation. These are their very own documents by way of liquidation to the confidential funds, which were allotted and spent by the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. But for the meantime, for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, these
Attorney po?
very same documents are what they submitted to the COA ICFAO, Your Honor.
Attorney po?
Your Honor, I beg the indulgence of the Honorable Court as well as the distinguished opposing counsel, but we really cannot stipulate on these matters precisely because the insinuation that this was the very documents that the OVP and DepEd submitted to COA is very much in question, Your Honors, because we can easily raise the issue on chain of custody. I'm not saying we will, but that is always on the table. And precisely, Your Honors, although they are labeled as common exhibits, we marked them separately, Your Honor. We did not have markings on the same documents, Your Honor. And that is our position. But again, I beg the indulgence and the patience, Your Honor, of the distinguished opposing counsel and the Honorable Court.
Can I just, my last manifestation, Your Honor, anent this acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. You will note from the acknowledgement receipts that these are certified true copies. Certified true copies of receipts submitted to the COA ICFAO, Your Honor. They are not documents from the prosecution. They are documents which this witness, by way of subpoena, duces tecum, and testificandum, produced before this court, Your Honor. So the provenance, the source of these documents, and there is a certification issued by his office, show that there should be no doubt as to where these documents came from. As to their existence, Your Honor, there should be no doubt.
May the presiding officer ask, are we talking about the same number of documents to begin with? 847, correct, counsel?
845, Your Honor.
45? Counsel for the respondent?
I'm confirming now, Your Honor.
Are the common exhibits for both prosecution and respondent 845 documents?
Your Honor, the problem here is during the marking, there were inconsistencies with the number of ARs that were presented between each party, Your Honor. And that is why we cannot stipulate on the same. Now, as to the question on whether we have the same number for the fourth quarter, we are still verifying, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I will waste the court's time now if we verify further.
Anyway, counsel, Attorney Kapunan, unfortunately, if they are not willing to stipulate, the court cannot twist their hand into so stipulating for whatever reason they may have. So kindly proceed as you intended to.
We submit, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Witness. Nung nag-evaluate ka ng post-audit evaluation ng documents, liquidation documents submitted to you, your office by the Office of the Vice President, was there evidence or documents submitted to your office to show how payments were made?
Ang tanging sinamit lang po nila in support of their payments po ay yung documentary evidence payments in the form of acknowledgement receipts.
Okay. And will you please tell this court, this impeachment court, if you, in the course of your post-audit, carefully evaluated acknowledgement receipts?
Ang ginawa ko po upon receipt of those acknowledgement receipts, tinabulate ko po lahat ng acknowledgement receipts na yon based on their purpose, based on their kung kailan po yung dates of payment, and then based on the amount po na binayaran nila as provided po doon sa acknowledgement receipts.
You mentioned, Mr. Witness, that you prepared your own tabulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring them with you, this tabulation?
I brought it po with me.
Can you share them with us?
Your Honor, may I be allowed po to share the tabulation?
Witness may may refer to his notes with respect to the tabulation. Yes.
Your Honor, please, I think defense counsel will note that this is not a pre-marked document during the pre-trial, but we had made a reservation that we will be marking documents in the course of our this witness testimony.
Assisting counsel for the parties may approach the witness and view the document being referred to by the witness.
Susuriin ho ng defense team ang isang dokumento na ayon nga kay Attorney Lorna Capuya, Attorney Lorna, ito ho ay unmarked document. Pero dati na ho nag-manifest ang House Prosecution Team, ayon pa rin kay Attorney Capunan, na during the course of the trial ay magkakaroon po ng ganito, mga unmarked documents na ipepresenta ho ng House Prosecution Panel. Balik ko tayo.
-29.
Later on, you may do so. The clerk of court is so instructed to make the corresponding marking after, in due course, rather. Witness may answer the question.
Can you repeat the question po?
Okay, Mr. Witness, you said earlier in answer to my question that you received acknowledgement receipts and that you made a tabulation. Kung ano-ano itong mga acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't have a copy now and we reserve the right to provide counsel for the respondent a copy, but can you share with us your findings based on your notes or your tabulation?
Based on my tabulation po, napansin ko na some of the payments were dated December 2023, which is beyond the scope po nung covered ng kanilang cash advances. And yun nga po, katulad nung nasabi ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards po sila, either in cash, in medicines, and in various goods. Pero wala na po silang sinamit na any document na support or document evidencing the success of the information gathering activity on account of the information given by the informer. And also,
how did you prepare your tabulation?
Noong time po na binigay sa akin yung acknowledgement receipts, doon ko po tinabulate yung payments based doon nga po sa purpose po ng payment, doon sa date po ng payment and the amount po na binayaran doon sa recipients.
Will your tabulation show, and can you share with us if it does, ano ang sinabi mong mga purposes na naka-indicate?
Yes po, nakalagay po sa tabulation ko yung purpose.
Can you read from your notes, please? On page 1.
Your Honor, just to manifest for the record while
Counsel
he's perusing his notes that when I inspected the document, it seems to be a privately encoded document, a printout without any signature of who prepared it. Just a manifestation, Your Honor, just to put that
Do you
on
confirm,
record.
Mr. Witness?
Yes po, Your Honor. Since it is a personal notes po, so hindi ko na po pinirmahan yung
Duly noted.
How many pages is your tabulation?
$19 pages po.
Okay. Your Honor, please, this P-29, P-1-29, which is a tabulation consisting of 19 pages, we will request that they, at the appropriate time, be submarked as P-29-A up to N series. Now.
So ordered.
Can you read from your tabulation? What is in page 1? How many names are there? Total, if you recall. And based on your tabulation.
Can you repeat your question po?
Based sa tabulation na ginawa mo, na sinabi mo na summary ng mga acknowledgement receipts, how many is the total of the acknowledgement receipts?
Based on the acknowledgement receipts po, ang lumalabas na expenses ay 125,150,000.
125 million
150,000.
150,000. For what period is this, Mr. Witness?
Based on the documents po na submitted to us, December 21 to 31, 2022. Pero katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, some of the dates po dun sa acknowledgement receipts ay naka-dated December 2023.
Okay. Sinabi mo na ang total is 125,150,000. Magkano ba ang binigay na confidential funds?
Based on the documents submitted to ICFAO, 125 million pesos po.
May discrepancy. Hindi tugma, 150,000 na butal.
Based on the documents po, yes, may discrepancy po yung acknowledgement receipts and the accomplishment report.
Okay. Thank you for your pointing that out. Ano pa ang dapat malaman namin sa tabulation mo?
Meron po silang, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang purchases na ginawa. Pero yun nga po, supported lang po ng acknowledgement receipts instead of sales invoices or official receipts.
Do you have an amount, Mr. Witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Counsel Meduso.
I think nasa notice of suspension po yung amount. May I be allowed po to refer to the notice of suspension?
Okay.
This is a stipulated document, right, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. The notice of suspension is.
The notice of suspension.
We will ask again the question in due course.
Kindly ask the question again, Counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Witness is asking for permission to refer to the notice of suspension to answer your question. Assisting counsels may approach.
Based on this notice of suspension, actually wala pong total pero nandito po yung breakdown ng amounts per type of purchase po.
Okay. Can we go through the breakdown of amounts?
Opo.
Based on your notice of suspension, which is a common exhibit of the prosecution and the defense.
As to the various goods which were given as rewards, 34,857,000. As to the medicines which were given as rewards,
34 million for rewards.
as to the medicines po which were given as rewards, 24,930,000. As to the purchase supplies, 11,813,000 pesos. As to the tables and chairs, 500,000 pesos. And as to desktop computers and printers, 3 million pesos.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Hindi pa rin po nila pala sinubmit yung proof of submission noong revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House.
Ngayon, if we show you a select few of these acknowledgement receipts, would you be able to identify them?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we ask our attorney, Mark Peña? Can I mention his name because his mother daw is watching?
Assisting counsels may approach for both
Attorney
parties.
Mark Peña.
Ano ma-identify yun?
Where is it? Your Honor, the witness is being presented for the record 845 acknowledgement receipts. In a box, and for purposes of reference, these have been marked as Exhibits P-1-8 and series for the prosecution.
How many boxes, counsel?
3 boxes, Your Honor.
What was the folder earlier given to the witness by Attorney Peña?
The folder given, Your Honor, is just one of the folders, Your Honor.
Inside the box?
Inside the box. So for the record, Your Honor, Attorney Peña showed to the witness a sample folder of a folder which is among the 845 documents inside several folders inside 3 boxes.
Containing the 845 exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Assisting counsel may show the witness a sample of the 845 acknowledgement receipts contained in a folder. So, Mr. Wamal, is this one of the 845 documents that you examined in relation to acknowledgement receipts pertaining to confidential funds allegedly spent for the period covering December 21 to December 31, 2022?
Yes, sir. Yes po, Your Honor.
You're a witness, counsel.
Okay. If I show you some, the defense. Would you please go over briefly the other folders? Your Honor, please, maybe ask for a 3-minute recess for this.
For what purpose, counsel?
So you can go over the folders and so I can sit down.
Muli kong humiling ng 3-minute recess ang House Prosecution Panel, mga kabombo. Wala ho kay Senate or kay Trial Presiding Judge Francis Escudero na nag-grant na ni Senator Chis Escudero. Ito yung upang yung joke nga, yung biro nga ni Senator o ni Attorney Kapunan kanina para makaupo siya at para masuri ng kanyang testigo yung mga dokumento. Ang mga dokumentong ito ho yung sinasabing sinuri ho niya noong siya pa ay state auditor sa ilalim ng Commission on Audit. Siya ho ngayon ay Attorney 5 na kasi ng Commission on Audit promotion no, para ho sa testigo ng Commission or ng House Prosecution Panel. Medyo mahaba-haba na naman po ito, mga kaumbo. Marami-rami mga dokumento ang sinusuri ho ngayon na ng unang testigo ng House Prosecution Panel. Una pa lamang ho ito. Supposedly, 2 ho yung ipepresenta ngayon ng House Panel. Pero sa ngayon ay parang hindi ho yata mangyayari ito dahil nasa simula pa lamang ho tayo ng presentation ng House Panel. Ito ho'y direct examination pa lamang. No? And mag-aalas 2 na ho ng hapon, 1:40 officially na ho ay 1:40, 1:40 na ho, 20 minuto na lamang bago mag-alas 2. And batay doon sa naunang panuntunan ng Senate Impeachment Court, mga alas 3 ng hapon ay i-wrap up na at or tatapusin na yung trial day para pumasok ang Senate Impeachment Court sa kanilang session, mag-convene para ho sa kanilang session para pag-aralan yung ilang mga nakabinding mga panukalang batas or magsagawa ng committee hearing after ng kanilang plenaryo, mga kababoy. So, nasa initial stage pa lamang po ng direct examination sa pamagitan or pangungunan ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Wala pa pong cross-examination sa ngayon, and nagpahiwatig na kanina or nagpahayag na po ng kanilang pagnanais si Attorney Michael Pua na magtatanong sa cross-examination. Kasi kung babalikan po natin, wala nang cross sa nakalipas na araw kung hindi tayo nagkakamali. Wala na rin pong recross at wala rin pong redirect. Kasi sabi ni Attorney Pua noon, magiging petty lamang yung mga katanungan kung magsasagawa pa ng recross. Meron mang cross-examination pero hanggang 3 tanong lamang. Limited lamang yung naging tanong noon ni Attorney Michael Pua na siyang tumatayo para sa defense team. Kanina, naka-3 rinig ko tayo na sabi niya subject for cross-examination. So, yun yung ilan sa mga aabangan po natin dahil tiyak na itatanong yung mga puntong ito during the time na magsagawa na ang defense panel ng cross-examination sa testigo ngayon ng House Prosecution Panel. Okay, ang kapansin-pansin ho ngayon mga kabombo, medyo natatagalan yung pag-usad ng trial dahil ho rito sa mga serye ng inspection sa ilang mga dokumento. Kung babalikan po natin yung paliwanag na Attorney Kapunan kanina, hindi ho namarkahan yung ilan sa mga dokumento kaya kailangan pong inspeksyon, kailangan pong suriin, especially ng defense, para matiyak ho nila na akma ang naturang dokumento. Pero sabi naman Attorney Kapunan kanina, nauna nang nagpahayag ang House panel ng o nagbigay ng statement na mangyayari ito during the course of the trial or the proceedings. Kaya expect ko natin na mas marami pang mga ganito kahalintulad na insidente ang mangyayari sa mga susunod pang mga araw, mga kabombo. Okay, si Bombo Jello may live report muli, live update mula dyan sa may Senate Impeachment Court sa nagpapatuloy pa rin po mga kabombo na pagsusuri, ginagawang pagsusuri ng defense team sa mga dokumento. Bombo Jello, kumusta dyan?
Bombo Genesis, bumaba na nga sa podium o sa kanyang kinauupuan itong si Presiding Officer Senator Judge Francis Escudero para obserbahan itong nagpapatuloy na pagsusuri nitong si witness na si dating auditor Roderick Wilma sa 845 na acknowledgement receipt mula dito sa prosecution panel. Ito siguro ay Bombo Genesis para pakiusapan itong parehong panig ng prosecution at ng depensa na pabilisin itong pag-i-stipulate nga nitong mga documents upang mabilis din na umusad itong proseso ng pagdinig ngayong araw dahil nga dito Bombo Genesis ay tumatagal o bumabagal ang nagiging proseso ng pag-direct examination nitong si Attorney Lorna Kapunan dito sa unang witness mula sa Commission on Audit Bombo Genesis. Ang kasalukuyan Bombo Genesis ay nakikipag-usap itong si Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero dito sa parehong panig ng prosecution at ng defense team. At abangan natin Bombo Genesis kung ito ba ay para pabilisin itong proseso dahil hindi nga pumapayag Bombo Genesis itong depensa na mag-stipulate ng o stipulate ang mga parehong dokumento o magkaparehong dokumento sa magkadalawang panig. Ang depensa dito ni Attorney Michael Pua ay maaari nilang questionin itong chain of custody nitong mga ebidensyang hawak ng prosecution. Daw ang depensa naman dito ni Attorney Kapunan ay authenticated o certified true copy itong mga hawak nilang ebidensya mula mismo sa Commission on Audit, so wala dapat ditong questionin. Pero ayun nga, nagiging mahigpit itong defense panel pagdating dito sa stipulation ng mga evidence dahil daw sa mga discrepancies o hindi pagkakapareho ng ilang impormasyon na nilalaman ng dokumento. Bombo Genesis.
Parang matatagalan muli ito, Bombo Jello. Ang hiniling ni Attorney Kapunan kanina, 3-minute recess para masuri nitong testigo si Wamil yung kanyang mga notes at para siya'y makaupo. Pero hindi na lang 3 minutes ito, mga 5 minutes mahigit na yung ginugugol para doon sa pagsusuri. Bombo Jello.
ko lang, Bombo Genesis, itong kasalukuyang sinusuri ngayon nitong witness na si dating Auditor Roderick Wamil ng Commission on Audit, Bombo Genesis, ay yung mga dokumento ng acknowledgement receipt na hawak ng prosekusyon upang ito ay kanyang ma-familiarize sa direct examination nitong ni Attorney Kapunan, Bombo Genesis. Itong kanyang notes, Bombo Genesis, ay nasuri na ito kanina ng defense team at ipinakita na ito ng testigo, at sinabi nga ni Attorney Michael Powa sa kanyang obserbasyon ay hindi na daw ito pinirma, wala daw pirma mula sa testigo, at ipinaliwanag naman ng testigo, Bombo Genesis, na sapagkat ito ay personal notes kaya hindi niya pinirmahan. Though ito ay sinabi naman ni Attorney Kapunan na ilalagay na nila bilang exhibits o parte ng ebidensya matapos na ipaliwanag niya na meron namang reservation ang prosecution panel pagdating dito sa presentation of mga evidence, Bombo Genesis. Though tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis, 3 minutes lang ang hiningi ni Attorney Kapunan para sa pagsusuri nitong witness, at dahil daw para makaupo na rin siya, pero ngayon ay halos lumagpas na tayo dyan sa 3 minutes, parang deja vu lang ng kanina, Bombo Genesis. 5 minutong break lang ang hiningi pero halos umabot ng 1 oras. At ayun nga, balikan ko yung babahagi ko kanina na bumaba na sa kanyang upuan itong si Presiding Officer Escudero para makipag-usap dito sa parehong panig ng prosekusyon at ng depensa, dahil nga dito sa nagpapatuloy na pag-iinspeksyon nitong mga dokumento na siyang sanhi ng pagbagal o pagtagal ng proseso ng pagdinig ngayong araw, Bombo Genesis.
Etong mga dokumentong ito, nakita natin kanina, Bombo Jello, na hawak-hawak ng House panel nung pumasok sila. Maraming box ito, no? Blue boxes na kinalalagyan ng mga confidential, dokumento about dun sa confidential funds si Vice President Sara.
15 blue boxes ito, Bombo Genesis, ang hawak na ebidensya nitong House Prosecution Panel na ipinasok ngayon dito sa Senado para ipresenta nga dito sa nagpapatuloy na pagdinig. At mantakin mo, Bombo Genesis, nasa unang 3 box pa lang tayo kasi 845 acknowledgement receipt ang laman ng 3 box na iyan, at mayroon pang 12 hindi nabubuksan. Kaya expect na natin talaga, Bombo Genesis, na itong linggong ito ay matagal-tagal at hindi pa natin sigurado kung matatapos agad itong 2 witness sa loob lamang ng 3 araw na pagdinig, Bombo Genesis, knowing na limited time lang o 5 hours per day lang ang igugugol ng impeachment court dito sa nagpapatuloy na impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, Bombo Genesis.
Mapapansin natin dito na parang nakipag-usap yata ang House Prosecution members sa kanilang counterparts sa defense, Bombo Jello. Real time itong sa mga listeners, mga viewers natin, real time itong video na pinapakita ho natin sa inyo, sina Representative Adjong, sina Representative Zamora ng Las Piñas and other members ng House Prosecution Panel, Representative Chua, isa sa mga miyembro ng House panel, habang nakatutok din, I believe si Attorney Season yata ito, katutok doon sa pagre-review nitong si Wamil, Attorney Wamil, doon sa mga yung nababanggit mo kanina, mga dokumentong hawak ng House Prosecution Panel, Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Siguro ay pinakikiusapan na nila itong panig ng depensa na pumayag na dito nga sa stipulations of the same document or evidence para nga mapabilis ang pag-usad nitong isinasagawang pagdinig ngayong, Bombo Genesis. Pero as stand nga kanina ni Attorney Michael Powa, ay kailangan nilang magigpit dito sapagkat sa mga discrepancies na kanilang nakikita sa dokumento na hawak ng prosekusyon at sa kanilang dokumento. Balik na, Bombo Genesis, ang session ngayon. Tuloy na muli ang trial.
Okay, pakinggan po at panoorin natin.
The examination of the documents took more than 3 minutes, just to attest that these documents are voluminous. And in connection therewith, Your Honor, since Council has not agreed to a stipulation of all 845 documents, we call to rescue Section 130 of Rule 130, Section 3, Your Honor. C. And for the record, if we may be allowed to read, Your Honor. This rule on documentary evidence is the exception to the original document rule, which requires that all documents must be presented. But in this particular section, Rule 130, Section 3C, it says, Your Honors, that when the original consists of numerous accounts, and that is what we are seeing today, and other documents which cannot be examined in court without great loss of time, and the facts sought to be established from them is only the general result of the same. I think, Your Honor, this is applicable, especially if we likewise see Section 7, which is summaries of the same rule, Your Honor. In Section 7, entitled Summaries, when the contents of documents, records, photographs, or numerous accounts are voluminous, as can be seen, 3 boxes and several folders, and the fact sought to be established is only the general result of the whole, the contents of such evidence may be presented in the form of a chart, a summary, or calculation. Your Honor, please, I think under this Rule 130, Section 3C, in conjunction with Section 7 relating to voluminous records and summaries, Your Honor, we will be, as we had earlier, marked a tabulation, which is the summary of all 845 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, all of which are intended to just prove one thing, Your Honor. To prove that certain amounts are covered by acknowledgement receipts which were submitted by way of liquidation for confidential funds, and the purpose for which they were spent or discharged or withdrawn are not in compliance with Joint Circular 2015, Your Honor. That is the result intended from this 845 documents, which we will no longer individually present. In lieu thereof, Your Honor, pursuant to Section 3C in conjunction with Section 7 of Rule 130, we will just be presenting the tabulation, Your Honor, marked as Exhibit P-1-29 and series, Your Honor, and reserve the right to just highlight certain select acknowledgement receipts, which we will ask this witness to testify to as to the contents thereof, Your Honor.
Comment from counsel for respondents.
We have no objection to the applicability of the rule invoked, Your Honor, by the distinguished opposing counsel without prejudice to our right to test the accuracy of the table at the proper time.
And to individually question its authenticity during cross or
Yes.
during its presentation, and to be given copies as well, should you so desire.
Correct, subject to cross, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed in accordance with Rule 130, Section 3C in relation to Section 7, in relation to, given that the documents are indeed voluminous, and for the information of the senator judges, this does not in any way detract from the fact that the documents, the acknowledgement receipts do exist, only that they are too voluminous. Therefore, the witness will be testifying based on his summary of these documents instead of individually. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the ruling. Now, I will show you select few of these acknowledgement receipts. And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will be flashing some select few. Exhibit P-1-8-184. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, this exhibit. It is an acknowledgement receipt in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for the amount of 70,000 pesos. Please peruse this document and tell us if this is among the acknowledgement receipts that you said you received and evaluated based on the submissions of the Office of the Vice President.
This AR po is among the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OBP to ICFAO.
Before we go to this particular exhibit, in the name of Mary Grace Piatos for 70,000 pesos. Tell us, Mr. Witness, ano ba talagang ibig sabihin ng acknowledgement receipt?
Well, kapag sinabing acknowledgement, actually wala siyang provision dun sa joint circular, pero ito kasi ay parang proof of na-receive noong payee yung binayad sa kanya.
So, acknowledgement receipt, as the name suggests, acknowledges na na-receive.
Na-receive niya yung payment from the payor po.
So, ina-acknowledge ng isang Mary Grace Piatos na tumanggap siya na magkano?
Based from this acknowledgement receipt po, tumanggap po si Mary Grace Piatos ng 70,000 pesos for the payment of rewards, close and open parenthesis, medicines.
Ano, bakit dalawa to? Payment of rewards tsaka medicines. Anong ibig sabihin? Ang binayad sa kanya na reward ay gamot?
Hindi ko po ma-determine based on this document alone po, kaya po kami nagpapasubmit ng additional documents. And also, since it is payment of rewards po, hindi rin po enough lang na acknowledgement receipts. Kailangan din pong makomply yung provision noong joint circular as to the payment of rewards.
Okay. So, itong Mary Grace Piatos acknowledgement receipt ay sinasabi mo na violation ito ng joint circular. Bakit?
Dahil hindi po ito properly supported by document evidencing success po, which is required under 4.8.5 of the joint circular 2015-01.
Okay. Incidentally, Mr. Witness, pag merong pangalang Mary Grace Piatos, kayo ba ay nag-i-investigate o kasama ba ng post-audit nyo ang mag-ascertain sino ba itong Mary Grace Piatos?
Since what we do po is compliance audit, so ang naging basehan lang po namin ng audit ay kung ano yung nakalagay or piniprescribe ng Joint Circular 2015-01. Pero dun sa Joint Circular naman po kasi, hindi naman nakalagay doon na kailangan tignan namin yung recipient ng payment.
Okay. I will show you another document. Mark for the prosecution, Attorney Peña, P-1-8-619. Another Piatos, name Rene Piatos. Pakibasa. The amount is 100...
Counsel is Renan Piatos.
Renan Piatos. Renan Piatos. Ang amount eh 110,000 pesos. At ang date ay 12/27/2023. Being flashed on the screen for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court. What observation can you make or have you made as regards this acknowledgement receipt?
Based on this acknowledgement receipt po, binayad po siya noong December 27, 2023, which is 1 year po after nung supposedly coverage nung kanilang cash advance for confidential fund.
Kailan ba binigay ulit itong cash advance?
December 27, 2023 po, based on this document.
Pero what actually is the correct date if you know?
I cannot determine po the correct date based on this document, pero dapat po kasi ipasok siya doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance based on the document submitted to ICFAO.
So hindi ito pasok?
Yes ma'am, based on this document, yung period of payment, yung date of payment po ay hindi pasok doon sa coverage ng kanilang cash advance.
Anong tawag doon? Yung hindi pasok? Discrepancy?
Hindi po siya discrepancy. Hindi lang talaga siya pasok. Parang the payment was made outside the coverage noong...
With the permission of counsel, December 21 to December 31, 2022, yung covered period ng disbursement ng confidential fund, Mr. Wamil, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you say hindi pasok dun sa period na yon, ng December 21 to 31, 2022.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Dahil 2023 nakalagay na taon, supposedly. Tama?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
You may proceed, Counsel.
12 months na hindi pasok. 2023. Exhibit P-1-8-4113 413 in the name of Nova Santos for the amount of 85,000 pesos. Anong observation mo dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito, if any?
Since it is payment of rewards po, in closing open parenthesis, various goods, dapat ay supported po ito ng document of success as prescribed under item 4.8.5 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Ano bang kinoconsider ng COA ICFAO na document of success?
Actually, wala akong specific na document as prescribed under the Joint Circular. Pero kapag may sinabit po kasi sa amin, chine-check namin if the requirement of the Joint Circular is met. So tinitingnan po namin yung relationship between the successful information gathering or surveillance activities vis-a-vis yung information given by the informer.
I'll show you now. P-1-8-531 in the name of Miko P. Harina for 295,000 pesos. Again, ang nakalagay dito, hindi pasok. 12/31/2023.
Leading, Your Honor. Objection.
Okay, I will reform.
Kindly reform.
What can you say, what can you observe about the date indicated there, if any?
The date po indicated in this document is December 31, 2023 as the date po nung receipt of payment by the
And what
payee.
significance can you draw, if any, from this date?
It is outside po dun sa period po nung kanilang disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
And the purpose? Ano yung purpose na naka-indicate dyan?
Ang nakalagay po ay payment of purchase supplies.
Okay. Itong purchase supplies na ito, 295,000 worth of purchase of supplies. What documents, if any, were submitted
Ang sinamit
to
po nila,
indicate ano ang mga supplies worth 295,000 na binili nung 1 year after, 12/21/2023. Meron bang dokumentong sinubmit? At kung meron, ano yun?
wala po silang document na sinabit. Ito lang pong acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-643 in the name of Janice Marie Revilla. Na-investigate mo ba kung kamag-anak to ni Senator Bong Revilla? Mr. Witness? Mr. Witness?
That is beyond na po our scope of audit.
Okay. And the amount is 70,000 pesos. Again, for purchase of information dated 12/28/2022. Any observation on this acknowledgement receipt?
Wala naman po akong nakitang observation dito sa acknowledgement receipt na ito. Since yung purchase of information is among those allowable expenses naman po under the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Patiting. P-1-8567 for 150,000 pesos. 12/23/2022. Parang hindi katiting ito. Patiting. For purchase of information. Ang observation mo? Any observation?
Since ang allowed naman po ang purchase of information under 4.8 of the Joint Circular, wala naman po akong nakitang observation with respect to this acknowledgement receipt.
P-1-8-545 in the name of Odi or Andy C. Lim for 50,000 pesos. Ang dilim. Kanya ko pala hindi mabasa. Ang dilim. Para kay ang dilim. 50,000 pesos. Ang date, 12/21/2023. Ano ang observation mo ulit? Kung meron man.
Yung date of payment po, December 27, 2023 is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement, which is December 21 to 31, 2022.
Kung merong andilim, siguro dahil
Objection,
pikit.
Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I've been giving leeway to opposing counsel, but I think she's been coloring, the contents of the documents more than what is shown
Your
in the
Honor, I'm
document
just reading. It
itself.
says here. And
No,
counsel
Your Honor.
can it says andilim. I
think you
It's
know
the
my
way it
point, Your
sounds, Your
Honor.
Honor. It's like patiting. That's the way it's spelled. And the next one, maybe you will object again. It's Alejandro A. Pikit. I was gonna say, kanya siguro madali. May pikit ang mata. Pikit.
Exactly, Your Honor, our point, Your Honor.
Pikit.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, I think you know what the counsel for the respondent is talking about.
Yes.
Kindly
yun.
proceed accordingly.
Okay, Alejandro A. Pikit, P-18-544 for 90,000 pesos. And the date here, again, is 12/21/2023. Purchase of information. Any observation, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po na December 21, 2023 based on this document is outside po doon sa kanilang period of disbursement.
P-1-8-556 being shown to you and flashed on the screen is for Fiona Byong for 80,000 pesos. 12/22/2022 also for payment of information. Any comment, Mr. Witness?
Wala naman po akong particular observation on this AR kasi yung purchase of information is allowed naman po under 4.8 of the joint circular.
And the last two, also for payment of information, P-1-8-654 for Cisfronio Balsac for 70,000 pesos. And P-1-8-615 for Gabriel S. Bisaya for 70,000 pesos. 12/27/2022. Any observations, Mr. Witness?
Yung date of payment po ng December 27, 2023 which is outside the coverage po nung kanilang period of disbursement.
Now, having shown you selected few of these 845 acknowledgement receipts, can you confirm now that the ones shown to you and those that are part of your summary stated in your tabulation are the documents submitted to you by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of monies allegedly paid to alleged payees and for alleged purposes?
Yes po, ma'am.
I will go now to the Office of the Vice President. What happened next, if any?
From what period po yung tinatanong niyo, ma'am? From the date of...
After you received the response of the Office of the Vice President, what action did you take, if any?
I evaluated po the response, the explanation contained in the response as well as the documents po attached in the response, and nag-issue po kami ng notice of suspension dahil hindi pa rin po compliant yung kanilang submission sa ICFAO.
Again, can you remind us what a notice of suspension is?
Based on the Joint Circular 2015-01, notice of suspension is written notification to the head of the agency and the agency accountant informing them of the temporary disallowance and audit of the disbursement because it appears that the disbursement is illegal, irregular, or improper, and that they are required to submit an explanation or justification or the documents being sought in the notice of suspension or both po.
If a notice of suspension is shown to you, P-1-13-A, which is a common exhibit with the defense, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And for better appreciation of the Honorable Impeachment Court, we will
Assisting
be
counsel of
flashing the
both
same
parties
on
may
the
approach.
screen.
You may proceed, counsel.
In your notice of suspension, which you said you issued, and which is a common exhibit, what were your recommendations thereat?
In this notice of suspension po, katulad po nung in-explain ko kanina, may mga payment of rewards silang ginawa in cash, in medicine, and in various goods, pero hindi po properly supported with any document evidencing success as prescribed po in item 4.8.5 of the joint circular. That is observation number 1 po.
We are flashing on the screen, and for easy reference, this has been boxed, Your Honor. What else?
Also, in the NS po, yun, katulad din nung sinabi ko kanina, meron silang mga purchases na ginawa, which is yung purchases of medicine, which were given as rewards. Yung purchases of various goods, which were given as rewards. Yung purchase supplies, yung tables and chairs, at yung desktop printers and computers ay supported lamang ng acknowledgement receipts instead of sales invoices or official receipts. And also with respect to the purchased tables and chairs and desktop printers and computers, hindi po nila in-indicate if these purchases were intended for the confidential operations of the Office of the Vice President.
What else is here in your notice of suspension?
Third po, yung ibang acknowledgement receipts po, yung receipts of payment ay naka-December 2023 at yung ibang acknowledgement receipts ay wala pong date kung kailan ni-receive ni pay yung payment po.
No. If these acknowledgement receipts, there are certain acknowledgement receipts dated 2023, if shown to you, would you be able to identify the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing to you now. Acknowledgement receipts dated December 20, 2023, beyond the period beyond the covered period of the last quarter of 2022. Please go over these documents.
Assisting counsel may show the witness the documents.
Prosecution panel, mga kabombo. Sinusuri ho muli ng
Your Honor, please, this notice of suspension, as I mentioned earlier, is a
sinusuri ho muli
common
ng
exhibit, Your Honor, and I will
testigo ng House panel ito mga acknowledgement receipt na daladala ng House panel bilang kanilang ebidensya. Ang acknowledgement receipt na ito ay nagpapakita na tinanggap ng isang recipient o na isang individual yung confidential fund o yung isang pondo, no, na galing po sa opisina ni Pangalawang Pangulo Vice President Sara Duterte. Balik ko tayo.
What is the total, Mr. Witness, based on your Annex A of your notice of suspension of the total amount for acknowledgement receipts issued for a period not covered by the confidential funds?
Can you clarify po yung question? Yung mga dated December 2023 po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Witness.
Based on this annex po, yung total ng mga acknowledgement receipts na dated December 2023 ay 25,606,000 pesos.
For 2023, 25,606,000. What about confidential funds liquidated based on undated acknowledgement receipts na walang date? Undated.
Based po on
Is that also shown in your Annex A?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you tell this court how much that amount is for undated acknowledgement receipts na walang petsa?
Ang total amount po ay 3,276,000 pesos po.
Okay. And pag tinotal natin ito, magkano lahat ito ang nakalagay sa notice of suspension mo?
Yung undated tsaka December
Yes, Mr.
20.
Witness.
Bali, ang magiging total po ay almost 29 million pesos po.
The notice of suspension, what other findings are stated thereon?
Sa notice of suspension po, may findings din po about some expenses po na pinresent doon sa kanilang acknowledgement receipts na hindi presented doon sa kanilang accomplishment report.
What else, Mr. Witness?
Number 5 po dun sa notice of suspension, katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, yung total expenses nila based on the acknowledgement receipts ay umabot ng 125,150,000, which is 150,000 in excess po doon sa kanilang total expenses based on the accomplishment report na 125 million pesos.
Let me try to understand this. Nag-issue ng ang total is sobra. Nag-liquidate pero ang liquidate nila ay sobra sa amount na 150 million.
Ang ginastos po nila
100
based on the acknowledgement
125.
receipts ay sobra po compared dun sa laman ng kanilang accomplishment report.
May discrepancy.
May discrepancy po na 150,000 pesos.
What happened? May notice of suspension. What happened after you issued this notice of suspension? If any?
After po ma-issue yung notice of suspension ay wala na po akong personal knowledge since nag-transfer na po ako to other audit sector po of the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We have just finished the liquidation of the last quarter of 2022. We are mindful, Your Honor, of the request of the presiding judge to end at 2:30. Would you like us to continue? There are 3 more quarters for the Office of the Vice President and the Department of Education. We can start for 10 more minutes or we can end here. Mr.
Let's end at 2:30, Council. Let's try
Yes,
to
okay.
use up the time. You can proceed with the first quarter of the OVP. All of these documents are admitted and stipulated to by the Council for Respondent anyway.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, let's now go to the first court, let us now go to the first quarter. Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier that aside from the fourth quarter of 2022, you also audited the OVP's liquidation of confidential funds for the first 3 quarters of 2023. You confirm that, Mr. Witness?
Yes po, I confirm po.
If I show you the OVP's, the Office of the Vice President's response, dated November 30, 2023, a stipulated document, and for prosecution marked as Exhibit P-1-12-D, dated November 30, 2023. And we are showing it on the screen, Your Honors, for better appreciation by the impeachment court. What, Mr. Witness, were, if any, were the liquidation documents submitted by the Office of the Vice President as regards the confidential funds received for first quarter and the second quarter of 2023?
Counsel, just to point it out, I believe that the November 30 response pertains to the last quarter of 2022, not the first quarter of 2023.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for pointing it out, Your Honor. For the first quarter of 2023, what documents were submitted by the Office of the Vice President by way of liquidation of the confidential funds for this period?
The documents po submitted by the Office of the Vice President for the first and second quarter of 2023 include yung kanilang liquidation report, yung disbursement voucher, yung cheque, yung obligation request, their physical and financial plan for calendar year 2023, yung kanilang quarterly accomplishment reports, and yung proof of submission po noon dun sa Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House, yung certification po nung accountable officer on the utilization of the confidential fund, yung designation po nung kanilang special disbursing officer, yung specimen signatures nung signatories nung documents, at yung fidelity bond po nung kanilang accountable officers.
And Mr. Witness, if these documents are shown to you, would you be able to identify the same? Again, Your Honor, the documents mentioned by the witness are stipulated documents.
Councilman reports.
Marked both by the prosecution and defense. Showing to you, Mr. Witness, liquidation documents for the period covering February 6 to March 29, 2023. For another period, April 25. Okay. Among the documents being shown to you is a physical and financial plan issued by the Office of the Vice President for calendar year 2023, being flashed on the screen. Specifically, a physical and financial plan dated January 20, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-14-A-1, Common Exhibit with the respondent, defense. On the lower right side of this document, there appears a signature below the words, approved by. Whose signature is this, Mr. Witness?
This is the signature po of the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And again, tell us why you know this signature. Tell us.
Because the OBP po submitted specimen signatures of the signatories po, and one of the specimen signatures submitted is that of the Vice President, and her signature po on the specimen signature submitted is the same with her signature po on this document.
And in this very same document, there is a phrase, quote unquote, approved by. What does this mean?
Ang ibig sabihin po noon ay inapprove po ni Vice Presidente yung contents ng physical and financial plan na sinubmit sa ICFAO.
Please take a look at these documents and tell us what significant observations have you made?
If any.
Based on this document po, hindi po naka-integrate dun sa column A yung specific confidential activities as required po under 4.2 of the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Why is this necessary?
It is necessary po since under item 4.2 po of the Joint Circular, it shall be the basis po ng disbursements ng kanilang confidential fund.
What else did you observe, Mr. Witness?
Since yung hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, yung columns for the expected outcome at yung column for the physical target ay hindi rin po kompleto since hindi po nakamatch yun doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities.
For the record, because it's not quite clear, could you read for the record what is there stated in the third column?
In the third column po, physical target. Letter A, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. And letter B, percentage of activities implemented without untoward security-related incidents.
Okay. You mentioned number of areas. What specific number was indicated there?
Wala pong naka-indicate dito, ma'am.
There is no indication as to areas. What about where? Specifically, province, city, where these surveillances conducted?
Wala pong naka-indicate dito based on this document po.
And why is that necessary, Mr. Witness?
Actually, it is a plan, since it is a physical and financial plan, so ito po talaga yung basis nila for their disbursement.
Okay. What else is indicated there?
What can you repeat your question po?
Ano pa nakalagay dyan sa third column na binabasa natin kanina?
Yung dalawa lang po, yung A and B.
Okay.
Number of identified areas and yung percentage of activities implemented.
And Mr. Witness, any other observation that you have made?
Katulad po nung sinabi ko kanina, dapat ay nakamatch yan doon sa kanilang specific confidential activities. Pero since hindi po naka-enumerate yung kanilang specific confidential activities, so hindi rin po kompleto yung information doon sa kanilang physical target.
Ano naman, based on this, ano naman ang provision, applicable provision ng joint circular?
That is
ang
yung
applicable dito.
Yung item 4.2 po of the joint circular.
Anong 4.2 natin ulit?
It provides there po that all allocations for confidential fund must be supported with a physical and financial plan which shall indicate the proposed amount for each project, programs, and activities where the disbursements from the confidential fund shall be based.
Okay. We now go to the last set of documents, which are also stipulated documents. Three more documents. I am showing to you three checks, specifically land bank checks. A land bank check 002444053 dated January 31, 2023, previously marked as Prosecution's Exhibit P-1-11-B. Again, this is a stipulated document. What, if any, is the significance of this land bank check? Being flashed on the screen for easy reference.
Ito pong land bank checks, ito yung proof na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance.
At magkano ang land bank check na yan?
Based on these land bank checks po, ang amount po ay 125 million pesos per quarter from the first to third quarter of 2023.
Another check, land bank check number 002455511 dated April 18, 2023, marked as Exhibit P-1-11-C, another stipulated document. What is the significance of this check? being shown to you, Mr. Witness, and being flashed on the screen for easy reference of the impeachment court.
Ang significance po nito ay pwede na nilang i-withdraw. It is a proof that pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung amount of the cash advance.
And Mr. Witness, these 3 checks, and there is one last more.
One more check, Counsel.
One more check. Land Bank check number 00024566 dated July 13, 2023, marked as prosecution exhibit P-1-11-D, also a stipulated common exhibit. Please take a look at this check. Tell us the significance of this check, if any.
The significance of this check po is it is a proof po na pwede na nilang i-withdraw yung kanilang cash advance for this quarter.
And this check submitted to your office, to the COA ICFAO,
Yes, ma'am.
are the very same checks that you identified this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
With the indulgence of counsel, you want to wrap up there and continue your direct tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
The witness is excused. Mr. Wamil, kindly be here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the continuation of your testimony. You will be testifying under the same oath. Now, for some administrative matters, pursuant to the July 20, 2026 ruling of the presiding officer, the BIR, Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, BDO Unibank, Philippine Savings Bank, PS Bank, Metropolitan Bank and Trust Company, Security Bank, Land Bank of the Philippines, and the Bank of the Philippine Islands, through their representatives, submitted the subpoena documents to the Office of the Clerk of Court on July 30, 2026. During their submission, however, BDO Unibank and Security Bank manifested their request for an additional period of 10 days. 10 banking days rather, until August 13 to submit documents which they were not able to submit on time. BDO requested for additional time to retrieve, compile, produce, and submit item number 3 in the subpoena, namely all account transactions, records, ledgers, journals, etc., and transaction logs. Meanwhile, Security Bank manifested that due to the volume, it was unable to complete the printing of documents pertaining to 2 of the 20 entities, namely GenCorp Industries and Cali 88 Foods Corporation. In view of the foregoing, the court resolves to note and grant the request of BDO for an additional 10 days, 10 banking days rather, or until August 13 to submit the additional documents required by the subpoena duces tecum. Right, likewise, BDO is directed to submit 4 additional USB flash drives containing the electronic copies of the subpoena documents which were submitted on July 30. The same ruling applies for the other banks and government agencies and offices. The court also notes and grants the request of Security Bank for an additional 10 working days from July 30 or until August 13 to submit to the clerk of court the 3 certified true copies and 5 USB flash drives containing the complete electronic copies of the bank records pertaining to GenCorp Industries Incorporated and Calia Foods 88. For the information of the senator judges, the clerk of court received the submission coming from the BIR after the BIR commissioner submitted a presidential authorization providing for the release of the documents from the BIR as required by Section 71 in relation to Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, in compliance again with the court's directive prior to receiving its submission. For the information of the senator judges and then for the information of the parties, copies shall be given, if at all, to the parties after the submissions have been completed, where the parties will be given equal opportunity to review the documents, photocopy the same, and study the same, since this is still the last article we will be taking up. So ordered. If there are no other business to be taken up, we will adjourn the trial, and for the information of the Senator Judges, session shall be convened at 3 p.m. in the afternoon upon advice of the Senate President, Senate President Win Gatchalian. Trial is adjourned until tomorrow, August 4 at 10 a.m.
Mga kabombo, dito na po nagtatapos ang ikalabing-isang trial day para sa impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Hindi na ho tinapos ng House Prosecution Panel, or rather, hindi na ho pinatapos ni trial presiding judge Senator Chis Escudero ang House Prosecution Panel doon sa kanilang kabuang presentation sana kay Attorney Roderick Uamil. Siya ho ay dating audit officer ng Commission on Audit. Siya ngayon ay Attorney 5 ng Commission Audit. Dahil nga rito sa restriction sa time. So, ilang minuto lamang po ang lumagpas doon sa 2:30 na target na ibinigay para ho sa House Prosecution Panel. And after that ay pinatapos na ni Senator Chis Escudero si Attorney Lorna Capunan doon sa kanyang presentation. Balik ko muli bukas si dating State Auditor Roderick Uamil, ang unang testigo ho ng House Prosecution Panel para ho rito, mga kabombo, mula po sa Commission on Audit. Supposedly, dalawa pong auditor ang makikita, matutunghayan po natin ngayon, pero hindi na ho naipasok yung pangalawa pa, at tanging itong si Uamil na lamang ang nakapasok or naipresenta ng House Prosecution Panel. Dati po siyang or siya po yung nasa ilalim ho ng Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit ng Commission on Audit. May 3 quarter pa, 3 mga audit result ang ipapakita ho ng House Panel sa pamamagitan nitong si Uamil. 3 quarter pa ho rito ang ipapakita. So medyo mahaba-haba po ito. Bukas, mga kabumbo, ay muli pong mag-a-appear alas 10 ng umaga itong si Uamil, Attorney Uamil, at inaasahang hanggang 3 quarter pa audit result ng 3 quarter sa ilalim ng Office of the Vice President at ng Department of Education ang kailangan pong ipresenta ng House Panel. Kaya baka abot na po ito ng Miyerkules before matapos yung pagtayo nitong si Uamil, Attorney Uamil, sa witness stand. Maki-update tayo dyan sa may bahagi po ng Senate Impeachment Court. Wrap up, Bombo Jello.
Bombo Genesis, nag-adjourn na nga itong ikalabing-isang impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, at hindi natapos itong direct examination ni Attorney Lorna Capunan dito sa ating first witness ngayong linggo na si Attorney Roderick Uamil. Bombo Genesis, at medyo tama ka nga doon, matagal-tagal pa itong itatakbo ng pagdinig sa usapin dito sa misuse of confidential funds o di umano'y misuse of confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President, dahil ang nabigyang tinalakay pa lamang dito, Bombo Genesis, ay itong fourth quarter nitong 2022, kung saan naggastos itong 125 million pesos ng Office of the Vice President sa loob lamang ng 11 days, Bombo Genesis. Kanina, Bombo Genesis, sa huling bahagi na pag-usapan itong detalye kung paano nagastos itong 125 million pesos sa loob lamang ng 11 araw. Ngunit may mga discrepancies na nakita dito ang Commission on Audit, katulad na lamang, Bombo Genesis, nitong mga acknowledgement receipt na lagpas sa date of disbursement ng OVP na example dito, Bombo Genesis, ay ang pagbili ng impormasyon sa nagngangalang si Andy Lim na pabiro pa kaninang binabanggit ni Attorney Capunan na may petsang December 2023, pero sa isinumitingang dokumento nitong accomplishment report nitong OVP para dito sa 125 million ay naubos lamang ito sa loob ng December 21 hanggang December 31, 2022. So isa ito, Bombo Genesis, sa mga nakitang discrepancies, yung mga petsa ng paggamit nitong pera at ang petsa ng isinumiting accomplishment report nitong Office of the Vice President. Binanggit din kanina nitong si Attorney Wamil na merong mga payments check na hindi sila nagsumite o walang supporting documents, katulad na lamang nitong 34 million para sa payments for rewards, itong 24 millions para naman sa payments for rewards for medicines, Bombo Genesis, 11 millions para sa mga purchase supplies, 500,000 sa pagbili ng mga lamesa at upuan, at itong 3 million para sa mga desktop computer, Bombo Genesis. So ito yung mga details na tinalakay kanina, Bombo Genesis, na sinasabi nitong si Attorney Wamil na hindi compliant itong Office of the Vice President pagdating sa mga payments checks na kanilang ipinapasa, kaya nakitaan nila ng discrepancies itong paggasta ng Office of the Vice President dito sa 125 million pesos na confidential fund sa loob lamang ng 11 araw, Bombo Genesis. At magpapatuloy naman ang sesyon bukas alas 10 ng umaga hanggang alas 3 naman ng hapon, kung saan itutuloy nitong si Attorney Kapunan ang kanyang direct examination dito kay Attorney Roderick Wamil. At yun nga, Bombo Genesis, asahan natin na magiging matagal pa rin ito kasi marami pang quarter. Office of the Vice President confidential funds pa lang itong natalakay ngayong araw, at meron pang Department of Education confidential funds naman, Bombo Genesis.
Other than kay Wamil, yung isa pang taga-kuwa, Bombo Jello, nandyan din kanina, hindi lang naipresenta pero nandyan din ba?
Dahil nakalagay yan sa kanilang subpoena, Bombo Genesis, na kailangan nilang dumalo simula ngayong Lunes hanggang sa Miyerkules ngayong Linggo para masiguro na rin na present itong mga witness natin sakaling matapos na rin yung una. Yan na rin yung matatandaan natin, Bombo Genesis, na prinopose ni Senator Judge Fan Piluping Lacson na dapat panatilihing laging nakahanda itong mga witnesses dito sa loob ng Senado para maging tuloy-tuloy o dire-diretso itong proseso ng pagdinig at wala nang inaantay pa para hindi na rin maantala, Bombo Genesis.
Oo. Doon sa nababanggit ni Senator Chis Escudero kanina, Bombo Jello, muli babalik si Attorney Wamil bukas at 10 a.m. pero wala pang kasiguraduhan na matatapos siya bukas, kasi may 3 quarter pa yung ipepresenta ng House panel, Bombo Jello.
Tama ka dyan, Bombo Genesis. Walang kasiguraduhan kung matatapos ito agad si Attorney Roderick Wamil, kasi ito nga, Bombo Genesis, maraming quarter na ginamit ito kasi kung maaalala natin, Bombo Genesis, kabuang 500 million peso itong confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President, at itong natalakay pa lang ngayong araw ay ang quarter ng fourth quarter nitong 2002, Bombo Genesis. So wala pa dito yung tatlong magkakaibang quarter, So kung inabot ngayon ng halos 4.5 oras ang pagtatalakay sa isang quarter pa lamang ng direct examination ng prosecution, so aasahan din natin na magiging matagal nito bukas kasi, Bombo Genesis, pagkatapos nito may cross examination pa na gagawin yung depensa, kaya hindi na walang kasiguraduhan na matatapos bukas itong si Attorney Wamil at makakasalang na ang pangalawang testigo, at ang ano pa dyan, Bombo Genesis, ay baka hindi matapos ngayong linggo. Depende yan sa magiging diskarte nitong prosecution sa kanilang direct examination. Pero nakikita naman natin na hinihimay-himay nitong si Attorney Kapunan ang pagtatanong sa paggasta nitong confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President, kaya nagiging matagal itong proseso ng pagdinig, Bombo Genesis.
Okay. By the way, ang hinihingi ng House Prosecution Panel ay hanggang 30 trial day, Bombo Jello, para dito sa confidential and intelligence funds. So medyo mahaba-haba talaga ito. Although sa ngayon ay hindi po malinaw kung gugulin yung 30 days na yan, kasi yung sa Article 4 dati, 11 days ang hiningi pero 6 na araw lamang yung naipasok dito. Yung additional 3 days ay ginugol para dun sa iba pang mga usapin sa ilalim ng pagtalakay na. So 6 na araw sa ilalim ng Article 4, 30 days naman ang target dito sa Article 1 pero hindi pa malinaw kung gugulin yan. Sige, maraming salamat, Bombo Jello. From time to time, maki-update pa rin tayo dyan. Update din tayo mamaya kay Bombo Jaira sa panig ng defense team, Bombo Jello.
Mula dito sa Senado ng Pilipinas, ako si Bombo Angelo Ganan, and this is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country. Your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio, Bombo.
Meron na lamang ho tayong 14 minutes mga kabombo bago po sumapit ang last stress ng hapon at mamaya maki-update pa rin po tayo sa mga dagdag na development. Abangan din ho ninyo mamaya, mas marami mga balita ang ating pong tutunghayan na mga pagpasok po ng alas 6 ng gabi para po sa ating regular na newscast, ang Bombo Network News Evening Edition. Kung babalikan po natin yung nauna kong pahayag ng House Prosecution Panel, magsisimula na pong matunghayan yung mga controversial na pangalan na sinasabing mga recipient, mga tumanggap ng intelligence fund mula sa Office of the Vice President. At kanina nga, naging sentro ho ng objection ng defense team yung mistulang pagtawa ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan doon sa ilang mga or pagpuna ni Attorney Lorna Kapunan doon sa ilang mga controversial na pangalan. Sabi medyo kaduda-duda mga pangalan tulad nung isang pangalan kanina, Andy Lim, which is kung pagsamahin mo yan parang ibig sabihin madilim or andilim, napakadilim, which is nag-object naman kanina si Attorney Michael Powa, and pinanigan naman ni Senator Chis Escudero. Sabi niya kay Attorney Kapunan kanina, alam mo kung anong tinutukoy ni Attorney Powa, which is pumabor din naman kinalaunan si Attorney Kapunan, pero talagang binigyan po niya ng emphasis diin yung pagiging controversial nga nitong mga pangalan na nasa ilalim or na tumanggap ng confidential and intelligence fund mula ho sa office ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Dalawa ho yan dalawang controversial na pangalan. Yung isa, ang pilyedo niya, Pikit. Nabanggit din ho kanina yung pangalan na Mary Grace Piatos, pero hindi gaano nakapag-focus ang House Prosecution Panel ho dyan, mga kabombo. So mamaya, abangan po ninyo mga alas 6 ng gabi. Mas maraming mga balita ang ating pong ihatid po sa inyo para ho dito sa ating Bombo Network News Evening Edition. Regular newscast na po ito at karagdagang mga development, mga update mula po sa ating mga kasamahan. Sa ibang mga updates or development din ho tayo sa usapin po ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte, mga kabombo. Kanina ay nagbahagi po ng press conference or nag-conduct ng press conference ang House Prosecution Panel. Ang sabi ni Attorney Benjamin Tulusa Jr., ang legal spokesperson ng House Panel, target nilang tapusin ngayong araw sana yung testimonya nitong si Attorney Wamil. Kanya nga lang hindi po ito natapos. So yan yung manifestation ho kanina ng House Panel, pero hindi po natapos dahil nga hurun sa haba ng testimonya ho niya, and then of course yung nangyaring mga pagsusuri doon sa ilang mga dokumento. Kinailangan pong suriin ng defense team yung yung notes nitong si Attorney Wamil, yung ilang mga dokumentong hawak po ng House Panel, yung mga dokumentong nagsasabi na yun yung mga sinuri niya ho lately or dati nung siya pa'y auditor ng Commission on Audit bago ho siya naging Attorney 5 ng Commission on Audit. So yun po yung mga nangyari ho kanina, mga kabombo. Kaya medyo napahaba, napatagal yung presentation kay Wamil ng House Prosecution Panel. So bukas, tutunghayan po muli natin ang kanyang testimonya at ang presentasyon ng House Prosecution, and of course yung magiging cross-examination ng defense team tulad nga ng manifestation na kanina na Attorney Michael Powa. And update pa rin po tayo. Inulit po natin sa lahat po ng mga balitang hindi po natin natunghayan, hindi po ninyo napakinggan, napanood. Pwede po ninyong mapakinggan, mapanood sa pamamagitan po ng ating 32 stations nationwide sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Lahat po yan fully digitalized, mga kabombo. At yan na po rin po ang kalipunan ng ating special coverage mula rito sa News Center Makati. This is Bombo Radio Philippines, the #1 radio network in the country, your trusted source of news and information. Basta Radio. Bombo.
Pag-maintain sa appliances ug electrical systems.
Una, siguruha nga hapsay